floating away today, far away, so far away. Play with me, come play with me today, on a train, I'm on a train. Your stars, they broke my bones today, but that's okay, I am alive. There's something inside you wanted to say to them. Oh yeah, yeah. There's something inside you wanted to say to them. Oh yeah, yeah. Look around, it's time to remove the emptiness. We'll take your life today. Hold on. Don't resist to find the solutions hiding in the face of agony. Hold on. Look around, it's time to remove the emptiness. We'll take your life today. Hold on. Don't resist to find the solutions hiding in the face of agony. Hold on. Haven't got the time left to build you up. Haven't got the time left to tear you down. Haven't got the time left to build you up. Haven't got the time left to tear you down.
left to feel your love. Haven't got the time left to make you cry. Haven't got the time left to build you up. Haven't got the time left to tear you down.
They'll never let me in, they'll never say okay. Look at me, dripping with deficiencies. Holy voguing magazines make me hate the sight of me. Could it be, the standard is a fantasy and unattainable in every way? And tell me, what's your definition of pretty? What's your definition of pretty? What's your definition of pretty? You got me feeling pretty awful. You made an awful lot of money manufacturing insecurities. Your smoke and mirrors isn't helpful to girls like me who grew up counting calories so she could squeeze into her new designer jeans. You told her that she needs to please her boyfriend. What happens when your product's on display? And tell me, what's your definition of pretty? What's your definition of pretty? What's your definition of pretty? Your eyes are looking pretty, oh well. They're all glassy with the reflections of the TVs that you had invented. Your presents weren't very thoughtful. You left a legacy of tragedies, of anorexic casualties. But pretty's pretty overrated, inner beauty's understated. Learn to flip your eyes and look inside. It's just a little club, a little club. It's just a little club, a little club. It's just a little club. It's just a little. It's just a little. Tell me, what's your definition of pretty? 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 It's just a little club, a little club. It's just a little.
There once was a man named Carlos C. who thought he was smarter than my friends and me. His ego was big, but his horse was slow. Ride slow like your brain cells flow. Soon may the reckoning come. They recalled 3, but only got 1. One day when the voting is done, we'll take our flags and go. They had big fits about the mess and went to the board of Supes to ask, how can they bow to a tyrant named Gav? But the mandate say hell no. Where does the anger come from? Bumps of coke and shots of rum. One day when the voting is done, put your flag on your truck and go. Da 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 da. We fought with the man and he fought with me through a bunch of parties and drank for free. If you want to join the club, there is a large fee. They must make their donation go. Where does the money come from for all these cult right dudes to run? Follow the eastern sun, the answer's on Selmo. They'll recall him and they'll fire her. Their poor choices will cause a stir. There's no drawn lines, they're all a blur. Fall in line or you will go. Hey lad, your emails are bad, your comments are stupid, and your life is sad. But we like you though, cause you get real mad, but we'll never admit what we know. Da 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 da. They filmed everything for all to see, a 10-part documentary. Oops, that's not what was meant to be. Take it down and have another go. How many versions will come? How many episodes will this one run? When the recording is done, there'll still be flakes of snow. Their comments are taken out of context, cause they don't know what steps to take next. Even though every rule is plain text, they'll pretend like they don't know. When the elections come, they'll act like victims and play real dumb. Blame the voting machine if someone else won. Making problems is all they know. Where does the anger come from? Bumps of coke and shots of rum. Soon out of town you'll run, into Texas you will go. Good morning, everybody. I don't know what is going on with my video, but it's all like max headroom is choppy. Maybe is it kind of choppy? Meh, we'll deal with it.
I don't know, I opened up OBS this morning and it's like, I forget all of your settings. And so fucking Pro Streamer Media Wench has to fucking figure out what the fuck is going on. But I fixed it. And I don't know. I'll talk to fucking Dave about it later. So, good morning, everybody. I hope you enjoyed, that was an old school song. We put that out a couple of years ago. I had a lot of fun making that one. Sometimes I get an inspire and I do a thing. And that was a thing that I did. And then I had Nathan make it better. I have Linux and OBS, my lord. I would not be able to stream on this stream without said things because that is the religion around here. So I don't really have... I'm playing it by ear like producer Dave would do for a Catterday sometimes. I don't really have a plan for like content. We did like, I don't know if it was entertaining for people yesterday, but it certainly was for me. Watching those Mountaintop Media podcasts because the shit that I fucking learned about Mark Kent was pretty amazing, to be perfectly honest. The more deep dives you do into these like 7 or 8 people that all show up to the meetings for the same, Mark Kent and Terry Raposa and Woody Clendenin never really like went up and, oh, you know what I think we should do? Who is up for a fucking Red, White, and Blueprint fucking rewatch? That's what we should do. Let's do that. So we're just going to start off with episode 1. So give me a second here so I can get over to Odyssey because I think that's where we have them. Yeah. Let's do a Red, White, and Blueprint fucking rewatch. That'll start us off down a rabbit hole. That's some good shit. God, Odyssey is a shitty fucking website. Oh, fuck, it's bad. File that under the Red, White, and Blueprint archive, which is run by us. Seven, 6, 5, 6, 5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 2 teaser. Yeah, a few more. I need all these. My lord, you are a treasure. So do we watch? Fuck it, let's start off with the teaser. Let's go right from the fucking beginning.
I got into this because I'd had enough. I was fed up, but I got to put my words into action because I felt that at that moment when I spoke to the board of supervisors, there was millions of people listening.
Slow motion fucking horses and all. Let's go.
As I've sort of become a leader in this movement, I've realized that people want nothing more than to get on board to get their freedom back. If my voice gets heard and helps people, then this has all been well worth it. If my kids have a better America to live in, then this is absolutely worth it.
So this is Carlos Zapata. Carlos Zapata is the guy who went up to the board of supervisors and threatened them with violence in the streets.
I really don't like this stuff. I never wanted to be.
That's Melissa Magana. I can tell you who all these people are. That's Jesse Lane.
If this is the way that we fight, if this is the way that we inspire people to move forward and to come on board with us, for the win, then I'll be here. So.
That's Back when you could zoom into the fucking board meetings, that was the good old days. No, he's not in prison yet. All right, so that was their 21. Fuck, that was a couple years ago. All right, so let's go. Don't want that though. Where's episode? I think that was pretty deep. What do you think? I don't know, Odyssey. I think that these guys are a bunch of fucking insurrectionists.
I got into this because I'd had enough.
No, we
I
don't
was
want to
fed
get
up,
into
but I got to put my words into action because I felt that at that moment when I spoke to the board of supervisors, there was millions of people listening.
There was like 4 people listening, Carlos. We were one of them. Episode 1. Here we go.
I got into this because I'd had enough. I was fed up. I saw what was going on. I saw families that were struggling, families being broken apart by stress, by financial, strain. I saw kids going deep into depression because they weren't in school, they weren't in sports. I saw friends of mine commit suicide. And I thought, you know what? This is completely unacceptable. I can't stand by any longer. I got to go say something. I got to speak out. Not only speak, but I got to put my words into action. Because I felt that at that moment when I spoke to the board of supervisors, there was millions of people listening. As I've sort of become a leader in this movement, I've realized that people want nothing more than to get on board to get their freedom back. And we can help them do that. And that's exactly what I'm doing. If I can have one person live a better life, if one person's life improves because of something I've done or something that I've said, that makes this whole project worth it. And although
the only person whose life was improved by this fucking docuseries was Nathan Blazes.
Never asked for any kind of stardom or fame.
He's like the only one who truly benefited from all of this shit.
Gets heard and helps people. If my kids have a better America to live in, then this is absolutely worth it. I never signed up to be center stage. I'd rather be out in the fields fighting somebody than to be here. But if this is the way that we fight, if this is the way that we inspire people to move forward and to come on board with us, for the win, then I'll be here.
So right in that area right there, so right on the other side of that bridge and down by those trees over there is where I used to live. Valerie is a very special resident of Shasta County. She is she's one of the fucking real ones, man. Yeah, she is. Valerie's a fucking lifer over there, man. She's fucking rad. Terry Raposa. Maybe we'll watch one of Terry's podcasts after a couple episodes of this. We'll do like 2 episodes of this and then we'll move on to something else. I don't want to fucking blow the whole wad in one. I can watch this whole series in one stream. It's so bad.
I was asked to speak here, Sheriff, good to see you. I'm telling you guys, I'm pretty appalled at what's going on. At first we sat as concerned citizens and we all wanted to figure out how to best navigate our way through this whole COVID thing, and as we realized that it's not quite as dangerous as we thought it'd be, I was absolutely appalled at the cowardice, and as you're sitting there with your masks on, I don't blame you for wearing masks because I'd be hiding my face too if I was you for what you're doing. This is absolutely horrendous what you're doing to these people. I'm a business owner, and And I'm telling
He
you,
owns a business in
you guys can sit here with
Tehama
your jobs,
County.
and you're gonna get paid. You can fall
At this
asleep
point.
in your chair like that gentleman's doing behind his mask right there. Okay, and I'm telling you right now that right now we're being peaceful, and you better be happy that we're good citizens, that we're peaceful citizens. But it's not going to be peaceful much longer. Okay, and this isn't a threat. I'm not a criminal. I've never been a criminal. But I'm telling you that good citizens are going to turn into real concern.
Carlos was down to his fighting weight in these videos there, Val. I'm back here in the Zapata Ranchette. Well, it's not only that they acted like nothing was happening, they acted like the government was like there was literally a government representative waiting at their front door for them to lay down on their front porch so they could put a boot on their neck. Like, it was so overly fucking dramatic.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and sort those guys out. So you just want to sort out 3 steers? 3 heifers? Perfect.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press...
Also, the first fucking kinds of parents who would fucking tell you like how you're ruining their kids with fucking devices and screen time. Own daughter has an Apple Watch.
The red, white, and blueprint commercials on the radio stations, on all 4 stations. We're running them really heavy right now, and the phones are blowing up right now. So we're fielding calls all day. People are excited. This is the start.
Ooh, I can field calls, just so y'all know.
We're all waiting for this, and you know, the county supervisors have been officially put on.
Got the phone line set up last night,
here's the start of
so the boomers can call in.
Push, brother. So, call me back. Let's grab a drink and talk. See ya.
Down in California, we have a cage in Texas.
Citizens of Northern California, we are embarking on a journey to take our lives back. Over the past year, we have been under attack. Our lives have been turned upside down, and our rights have been taken from us.
Love how he just casually talks himself.
Our sense of normalcy has been pulled
like
off.
All this right here, I could probably find.
Officials have failed us.
I could probably find out where all that.
Overreaching, restrictive,
looks like it's off a highway
for our community.
I'm not gonna say.
But there are some of us that have stood up in this fight and kept our businesses open. We refused to give up on our hopes and dreams. We simply chose to be American. It is this pioneer spirit that won the West.
You didn't choose to be American. You were fucking born here. Like, you fucking, like, when you were like a zygote, you were a little meat slug. I want to live in America. Okay, little tiny Woody, let's fucking go move to America. No.
Local community. Join me in restoring our families and community. I am Woody Clendenin. Welcome to the Red, White, and Blueprint.
Clendenin. There's, like... One thing that fucking pisses me off, and it should piss everybody off, and for the most part, it pisses normal people off, is fucking nationalism. Nationalism is fucking stupid. And it's stupid on like a whole lot of levels, but on like the most basic fucking level, is you don't get to choose what piece of fucking random fucking property you're born on. You don't get to choose. You don't get to pick. You're just fucking born somewhere randomly. And being super proud of randomly being born on a piece of fucking land to the point where you're going to discriminate or think less of other people because they weren't born on that same piece of fucking land is so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. It's the fucking dumbest. It's one of the dumbest things that fucking people as humans can do to other humans. Because it's dumb. Just I can't break that down any further. It's just fucking dumb.
Health representatives say 3 people in Butte County are now being tested for the coronavirus. This with still 1 confirmed case in Shasta County.
It's been over a week since Governor Gavin Newsom's stay-at-home order was put into place.
Schools are closed and parents and their children are going online to learn. But
federal orders to protect elderly residents from the coronavirus. Senior care facilities around the country and here at home are on lockdown, admitting only essential workers.
Americans are bracing for a very different way
Yeah,
of
okay,
life.
we'll go ahead and give national pride at the Olympics. I'll give that a pass.
Shut down.
But everything else is fucking dumb and borders are stupid.
He just said, due to the circumstances.
It's only good as long as we have borders. I think we should get rid of borders. I'm like a really fucking like insanely far leftist. I'm more far left than most of my far left. I'm probably more far left than Dave. Maybe
decided to make
maybe not.
One.
Dave might be more far left than me, but only by a little bit.
If we continue to get cases like this, particularly at the community level, there will be what we call mitigation.
Now, I'm not a scientist. If you're also not a scientist, you're left to rely on information passed along from scientists to the government and then to the public, you and me.
California's governor giving the green light for more business openings.
I think there's a red, white, and blueprint bingo.
And with businesses back open, people are going out more.
Spiking over the last couple of days.
Yeah, we even have a bingo card for this one.
More restrictions for businesses.
Lives matter. Black lives matter.
30 officers hurt and more than 30 people have been arrested after violence erupted overnight.
Who's causing all this unrest? Kind of a mystery, isn't it? Look at the places it's not happening. Let's see, Waco, Texas, the west coast of Florida, Redding, California.
There's no how strong.
Why would he? It's rating.
Make sure you, in fact, let people know your senators.
As the divided nation waits for a winner to be declared, tension and anxiety are intensifying.
The case of that new COVID-19 mutation has been found in our state.
So help you God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President. By July the 4th, there's a good chance you, your families and friends will be able to get together in your backyard or in your neighborhood and have a cookout or a barbecue and celebrate Independence Day.
How dare the government try to keep us from fucking dying of the fucking virus? Jesus, what are they there for anyway?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll send your royalties in the mail.
You're in.
I'll keep an eye out.
Which one's your better side, Mike?
Yeah. My better side's at home right now.
Are you open 7 days, Mike?
Yes.
You do. Mike and Jessica, his wife's been a real vocal advocate. Mike's not as vocal, but they've been really on the cusp of this whole deal.
Good morning, Drake.
Well, the way I look at it, if you don't get up every morning and fight for your freedoms, one day you'll not have any freedoms.
Yeah.
Period.
Well, you saw the writing on the wall, I think, before the rest of us did, Mike. I think you sort of,
Yeah, and a lot of that was my wife. She's like, we're not doing this. We got mouths to feed. Yeah. We got people to take care of. We got bills to take care of. And,
it was so weird.
We live in a free country.
Please trim my inch long furs.
They said to shut down, and I came down here.
9/10 of an inch long.
Car driving down. I was waiting for tumbleweeds to blow down the road.
It's even worse when people know their rights and are willing.
Tumbleweeds already blow down the fucking middle of the road in Cottonwood, bro. There ain't fucking shit going on. That maybe 6 times a year there's something going on in Cottonwood where you like, where there might be a time when you can't just walk down the middle of the fucking street.
Eat one more bite.
What's up, Princess Kimberly?
You can go outside and play.
Did you get called by the probation office?
That was my very first phone call.
That was mine too.
They were the very first agency to be put in charge.
Yeah, birth lottery. I like that. Birth lottery.
And they would,
because the cops wouldn't do it.
Yeah. So they'd call and basically, when they called me, he basically said, "Hey, you're an essential business. You're not doing anything wrong. I don't know what to tell you. Have a great day."
That would be kind of an interesting stat to find out, like,
they called
what is your, as a person,
he said,
as a human being born right this second, what are their odds? What's the odds of them being born in the United States? And what is that compared to like the lottery?
Your customers, you'd be surprised. It's like the guy that the first guy that snitched on us.
I remember that.
And remember he posted that thing in the record search site. It had Rebecca's picture in it. Sitting at the table.
That's right.
Literally, the guy came back a week later to get food. And
balls of the guy, you know.
so of course my wife figures out who he is within minutes of him making that post. And he literally comes in the door, and one of the girls goes, "He's here." And so I come out from the back, and I held up a picture of him on the phone. I says, "Is this you?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I says, "What f***ing audacity do you have to walk back into this business after you snitched us off to Record Searchlight and Health and Human Services?"
Yeah.
I was hungry and I forgot my lunch. I'm like, well, I suggest you don't ever f***ing forget your lunch again and get the f*** out of here and don't ever f***ing come back. And never came back.
Never came back. Good.
What restaurant is his? So I make sure I don't ever fucking go there. God, I hope it isn't fucking Roger Frosty.
Courtney Kreider called and she goes, "What the heck were you doing Saturday night?" All the way in Nebraska.
She called me yesterday morning. And she's like, "Hey, I put in my my notice. She's coming back for sure." You know, I said, "Oh, you finally pulled the trigger, huh?" She said, "Yeah, I just had enough." You know, every story. She's
coming back to California.
She's coming back, yeah.
Reporting at 6,700 feet, I'm Courtney Kreider,
bullet.
KCNR News Channel 7.
Oh, Courtney Kreider, your fucking job there at fucking
Kelly. I know both of us little sleep last night. Just to give you
KRCR didn't fucking end well.
I'm out here with Shasta County Sheriff Eric McGreeny. We are also expecting the
no longer sheriff,
and I'll be sure to bring you the details we learn as they're happening out here on Shasta Lake.
Courtney Kreider is back on the scene live this morning to tell us more about this suspect. Courtney.
Hi everyone, this is.
I mean, like Jerry Monster was born in Germany because his fucking parents were in the fucking army. So does that mean he needs to have German pride because that's where he was born? Fired is one way to put it.
Good morning, you guys. This is Courtney, and yes, wanted to address the rumors are true. I am back in town. I'm working on a really cool project that I'm excited to share with you guys, and I wanted to let you know that we are going to be on this morning. I'm partnering with Carlos Zapata, Woody Clendenin, and we have a whole group of people in Shasta County that are wanting local representation back, that local control on all platforms, and I'm really excited to share a unedited, unfiltered version of what I've been going through. A lot of you guys have sent questions. I really appreciate all of those. If
he has some kind of special birth certificate. I don't think he was born on base.
This morning at 9 o'clock. Catch us then.
I think he was born at like a regular, like a German hospital.
We're back here with Carlos Zapata, Woody Clendenin, and Courtney Kreider.
People in this community know Courtney, and they know where Courtney's been and who she is. Courtney, why don't you kind of say a little bit about where you've been over the last couple weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you guys for having me on. But a lot of people...
So is that Wynn Carpenter right there?
Welcome my new journey in Omaha, Nebraska. And I went to work at an NBC.
It looks like him.
There.
Is that Wynn?
Everyone knows I think I'm passionate about news. But really I'm a hometown girl, and these past few years at our local station, that's what I did, was represent people who live here, and I had a lot of people that trusted me enough to tell their stories, and that's how I was able to get to know my community on another level. And, you know, I think everyone saw my post as that transition ended where we didn't see eye to eye, and I went to take a job at another news station. And unfortunately, it's a one-way narrative right now. So that
she went to take a job at another news station. That's if they fired her.
To come work with Woody and Carlos and actually tell stories that are meaningful to people, tell the truth. And just the local representation. I don't think anyone turns on the news right now and feels like they're represented.
Has anyone even watched?
Well, you shouldn't be represented by the news. You should be informed by the news.
I think they've been watching it since we started the recall. But I do want to say this. Someone like Courtney has the courage to stand up for her dream and stand up for liberty.
Oh, there's a lot of great ladies in leadership in this whole movement, I'll tell you.
They started it, really.
They did.
An amazing testament to who we are. Mm-hmm. I think our side of the aisle often gets put into that box, right? We're the male chauvinists, we're toxically masculine. Yet it's women who have risen up here and really become outstanding, strong, courageous leaders.
You sound surprised, Carlos. Shasta County Board of Supervisors locked citizens out of their public meeting, restricting the people from raising questions about concerns about the handling of COVID lockdowns. This was done to protect the citizens from potential spread of COVID.
He's going to go in and speak.
She called my home, and the request was this. She represents a ton of people out here. Her request was simply to represent them in a single 3-minute presentation that she has requested in advance, and I'm led to understand that that has been turned down. But we don't meet for 2 more weeks. These folks are here. They have requested that they address us. I think it's appropriate. We respect the legal advice of our counsel, but we all know that we have the ability to say yes.
Good. It has everything to do with you. All right, we're going to move on to this.
Mary, this is not my orchestration. Folks, did I contact
else with your name on them?
This is what earned her the nickname Melissa Bullhorn.
Fulfill your duty to represent your constituents, us, and defy the governor's illegal, unenforceable orders. Our businesses are on the brink of no return. Wow! There is no amount of emergency funding that can save Shasta.
Now they're leaving. They're getting up and leaving.
We are here because our Declaration of Independent States that we have certain unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And our Declaration goes on to say that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and establish new government. Now is the time. Now, right now, you can make this right. Our founding documents were written for such a time as this, and you are on this board for such a time as this.
Which is not in Shasta County.
We have so many millions and millions and millions of people that are looking like, what do I do? Like, I hate what's going on. We're losing our freedom. My life is being affected every day by this, and I can't.
See, and what's funny is that
like we're talking on a national level. You can't.
When Mary was board chair, like right as the pandemic started, and then after that, I think it was Clemente that was after that, Joe Clemente, and that was like real heavy when all of the, okay, so we're gonna do masks here, and the businesses got to be open for this, and that was like really when all of like the mealy mouth rules started fucking dumping out, right? So I think that they even, I wish I could go back and I could find those meetings and we could rewatch those. But really, Joe Clemente just was like, hey, let's just say we're going to do all this stuff and fucking lay low and kind of do what we want. And when it comes to like certain buildings and certain fucking aspects of it, you can't just like shirk off the rules because you have to, as businesses, without getting fucking dinked, especially government buildings and things like that, you have to adhere to whatever the state says. But I mean, he was just like, lay low, fly under the radar until all this shit blows over, and then we'll just go back to business as usual. These guys just can't fucking do that. They shot themselves in the fucking foot and became a fucking national spectacle.
Can't, but on a local level, in your county, in your city, in your spot that you're in, your friends, your family, we can make a difference.
We've had no creativity from our Board of Supervisors whatsoever to provide for those that truly have been in need during this crisis.
Because you don't want them to do that either, though.
100% we're sold out for that.
You don't want them to support like people who have mental health issues and are homeless and can't fucking fend for themselves, but you want them to support you guys.
Goes to them already, and you're telling me they needed more COVID funds, more than our students needed?
We need to account for this kind of money. This is our money. This is our money that they are screwing with, that could be going to our children, to our education.
What they're doing is they're just packing all of their pensions. So much of the money is not going to where it needs to go.
Leonard Modi,
he's got to go. He's rotten, right? I mean, you take a guy who's a police chief and has zero regard for his constituency.
Leonard Modi is like this, his body language.
Or like this.
Or on his phone.
Because he's fucking tired of y'all shit, man.
He turns off his camera now for the Zoom meetings during public comment.
You don't listen. How do you represent us? How do you actually take a stand?
Because he turns off his camera doesn't mean he's not listening. I can turn off my camera and still be listening.
He was the head of the snake, and we needed to cut off the head of the snake.
Sometimes I have to turn off your camera and I'm still listening.
Giggles, her comments, I don't think she realizes, I don't think she realizes we can hear her sometimes. What she said about you. Crazy.
The deal about Mary Rickard is she's calling people crazy who are there speaking very well.
Yeah, people who go up there and speak are regularly crazy.
Joe Clemente seems to just want to play, he tries to play both sides.
He's a fence
He's
rider,
out.
so
He's
it's
out.
time for him to
Listen,
go,
if you're going to ride the fence on this deal, and listen, we don't have to agree on everything. He said it best.
See, and then they're trying to recall Kevin Cry. These guys tried to recall 3 supervisors at one fucking time.
To
3 supervisors
get picked up
at
scouts
once.
their senior year.
I want to talk about throwing local politics into fucking turmoil.
And that was ripped away from her.
You can mess with me all you want, but you won't mess with my children. And that's where I draw the line. I can take a lot of pain and suffering. I'm willing to do that. We're going to hold school boards accountable. We're going to hold everybody involved accountable to make sure that our kids are having a normal life.
If this COVID attacked children, I'd be okay with shutting down. I'd shut down for 5 years if that's what it took to protect my kids. But it doesn't hurt our kids. Our kids are
it hurts kids
affected by this COVID, but has been the most horribly impacted by it.
When this whole COVID thing happened, spring into the summer, everybody's kind of on the fence, like what's going on? School started, and it started hitting home with all the parents and all of our children.
What do you ask a kid when they have their first day of school? You say, how was your day? And she said, it was terrible. As a teacher and as a mom and as a grandma, it killed me.
They take their oath.
What was that fucking, what's that fucking chick's name with the heart on her shirt?
And they're violating that oath.
This is a contract, to limit.
Oh, I forget her name.
Ourselves. The Constitution doesn't tell us how we need to limit ourselves. It's to limit the government because we are free to do what we want. And I don't need permission. I don't need permission to wake up in the morning and be the best father, the best husband, the best person in front I can be to my community. I just don't understand that mentality.
Good morning. My name is Terry Raposa, and I know you wanted us to wear a mask, so I thought I'd wear one that's appropriate. And that's this one.
Look, he's performing
This is the
art.
mask you hope we all have on out here, so we can't see what you're doing. So we can't see that you're spending money, taxpayer money, on things that don't help the county. That you're receiving government funds, and you're receiving funds which you're not sharing properly with the businesses that they were intended to be given to. You hope we're not looking, Mr. Modi, when you leave your chair, when you go away, when you show disdain for the people that you represent. You hope that we're not looking, Mr. Modi and Ms. Rickard, not showing up here is just the highest form of disrespect. It's the highest form of disrespect.
No, they're older and they have immunocompromised fucking
have taken
immune
off their
systems,
masks.
and they don't need to fucking get
Mr.
your
Clementi, it's such a disappointment. Public comment is not the only comment we should have. You call yourself public servants. You're not public servants. You don't serve the public. We're out here. You're on comfortable chairs back there with plexiglass to separate you. This is the most despicable thing I've ever seen of a board of supervisors in all my time living here. Point being is that we have to be in a position as the people to have supervisors that will do the will of the people. I have just one word for you. Recall, 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 recall.
But there's one word 4 times, and you're only recalling 3 of them, so why would you say it 4 times? Yeah, Patrick Jones and Les Baugh. Patrick's all, I'll pretend I'll ride a horse. Yeah, I'll go ahead and sit on the horse. Les is like, fuck that. He's summoning recall Beetlejuice. Did we just summon him again?
Why when you see things that don't make sense, it's because there's so much politics involved now, and unions and pressure, that quality decisions can't be made. We have to rid ourselves of these problems, and we can do it. And it's called draining the swamp. And many department heads have got to go to.
But you put it on a shirt now, it means date your own sister.
And it's what needs to happen, county after county, state after state. We have to clean out.
But you can't get a video clip for your Facebook if you write to the board. You have to speak to the board, my lord.
That's looking out for the interests of the public, because when we have successful people, we have a successful county, and that's not what's happening.
Your successful people can be successful wherever they're at, but if you don't have fucking growth, then your county will fail.
To end up with COVID, and our case numbers were going to be in the thousands and thousands. All of the...
But you can't screech it, my lord. It has nothing to do with policy or getting what they want. It has to do
they turned out not to
with
be the case.
Doing it for the gram.
We did not have 45,000 people within 3 months that were sick with COVID, and they predicted as many as 10% of our population, I believe, at that time were going to die. And just
right. I mean, like,
but
we know. Like, I know that I could send fucking Mary Ricker an email right now, and she would fucking read it and respond. Too lazy to grip. I could send an email to fucking Tim Garvin.
Shasta County, for
I could send an email to fucking any of those guys. I might be able to send an email. Patrick might just tell me to
and I guarantee you the public is not going to be happy
somewhere
with how we spend that money. And that's the kind of corruption that happens.
Kevin might respond because he would be curious.
Small numbers. We're talking about big numbers, even in this small town.
Chris Kellstrom probably just goes right to bed after the meeting.
It's become commonplace. Leonard Modi is a great example at City Hall, trying to spike his salary on the backs of the taxpayers, as if $160,000 a year is not enough for retirement. Yeah. You got to have more.
He has another retirement already, doesn't he?
Yeah. If the public really knew the truth, I think they'd be shocked and astounded.
The governor's emergency orders, how long is that? Isn't that only a 30-day?
Well, usually 30 days, but in an extreme emergency, he granted continuance automatically with that.
I want some coffee.
It has not ended.
So it's still in place?
Oh, it's still in place, man. There was no motion to be made. There was not even a second. There was complete 100% 4-1 opposition.
The dog is living its best life.
Moving the thing forward to put it on the agenda to just adopt anything. Adopt our own tier system.
Right.
Tell our local businesses they can all open up with precautions. I wasn't trying to tell people to go out and die.
Right, exactly.
But, you have a business, and your business produces your income. And I trust that you, by this age in life, can manage your own business without government telling you how to do it.
Yeah, the type of people that are small business owners, it goes against everything they stand for to
hope for a handout. Sure. You know, nobody wants that.
But you got a handout. You got a handout, and then you still stayed open.
It's already hard enough.
So did you.
Here with the median income.
Those motherfuckers, those two fucking people right there applied for PPP loans, got them, and still stayed open.
And the governor's illegal emergency mandate shutting these companies down and businesses down is not appropriate for Shasta County.
I think that folks are going to be surprised. I do think that the signatures will be gathered. I do expect at least one supervisor to be replaced, if not two. Well, it's not even that I necessarily personally have any dislike for my fellow board members. That's not the case. What I want is open, honest conversation. If there's a problem in Shasta County, it should be on our agenda publicly until it's fixed every darn week. But that's not the case.
Yeah, and we're not saying the disease is to be taken seriously, particularly for those people that have other underlying conditions.
No, that's what you said,
for the rest
though.
of us, we have to work.
100%. And I want to make that clear, too, because there's people that are going to watch this, there's people that are going to follow us and listen to what we're saying and misinterpret what we're saying. You know, they're going to say, oh, those guys don't believe in COVID. I say, no, I do believe in it. And I know people that have been very sick in the hospital with it. But when the solution becomes worse than the problem, we have to take a really hard look and change it really quickly. That shit needs to turn around immediately.
You know,
Like, why do they have to be on horses to have a conversation?
There are many more diseases.
That's a lot of work. You know how fucking long it takes to fucking saddle a horse?
We can handle the disease better.
And it's not just putting the horse, I'm not putting the saddle on the horse. It's trying to fucking strap everything up and buckle it all together while the motherfucker's trying to walk around.
We can do better than that. And we're going to do better than that in the future. And that's what this recall is all about, is getting the right people in there, standing up for your residents, showing the rest of the country how to do it. And we can do it.
What are your thoughts on the recall and the big movement that's going on in Shasta County right now?
Oh boy, you're going to get me, aren't you? I'm not a betting man, but I bet you a cup of coffee and some bacon that that it does go somewhere. That there's a tremendous amount of organization and intellect behind it. I've never seen anything like it, and I think that after it's all said and done, whether there is a successful recall or not, will come down to the voters having their voice,
right?
And then we'll know the.
They raised a whole bunch of money, but I think one of the producers or whatever kind of went all fucking in.
You know what they were thinking, right? They didn't care
and
they cared about
put
themselves.
up about $500,000 of their own. Oh, and Revenge Anselmo, he put money on.
And I think it's inappropriate for any county. But it shows you how their thinking is, and it shows you what we've got to do to change that. And all that money should have gone to small businesses that were affected, and it didn't. And because they didn't care. But the people are starting to see that. That was blatant, and they're starting to rise up. And we've got an opportunity now, like I've never seen before.
Well, it just brought all the crazies out of the fucking woodwork. Is that Clear Creek?
We have the opportunity to make a very strong.
Revenge Anselmo, he's the fucking billionaire from the East Coast that
who will not stand
wasn't able to.
We will not tolerate those who are going to
get around the
on
impact fees
or at
for
least
his
set it
fucking
aside
winery and church he was building on his property.
Government money.
And so, and Reddit.
Use every mechanism we have.
And so now he just stays over on the East Coast and just gives Patrick Jones money to get elected and get his friends elected, put a bunch of fucking bullshit through. True story.
To remove them. And that's going to send a very powerful message for the next person that comes in that we have a very concerned, a very active and participatory community here. People that are willing to get involved.
Because all you want to do is just write Newsom a strongly worded letter.
At the end of the day, government should work for the people and with the people. And people should be able to work with our government at the local levels. This is a very important tenet of American society that's been lost over the years. Together is how we define how our community moves forward. What our infrastructure looks like, what our businesses look like, what building homes or building businesses here looks like, what raising kids looks like. The fact that we have large majority of people in our community that want to know what's going on behind the curtain, I think is going to clean up that back room quite a bit.
We'll do one more, and then we'll go watch a podcast. Teaser. We'll skip the teasers. We'll just go right to the. Don't tease me. Give me the full on. Lake Shasta.
So when we talk about a blueprint, what I really want people to understand
I'm gonna go make some coffee.
We're not just talking about a recall. The blueprint is so much greater than that. It's citizens taking responsibility for our government. I mean, for the last year, the people in my county, they've sacrificed time at work. They've sacrificed time with their families to go to these board meetings, to get involved in local politics. And so many of them have said they didn't get involved before because it was too much time, it was too much effort. They didn't know where to start. They didn't like public speaking. They didn't know if it would make a difference or not. I'm no different. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I have no background in politics. I started a year ago with a rally of 15 people, and today I'm leading the county recall. So what does that tell you? It's not about the person. It's about the virtue of the effort. And that effort is creating fundamental change, not just recalling our politicians, though that's important. We're ridding ourselves of our political apathy, replacing it with a love for our republic. The real blueprint is the revival of responsible citizenship. The recall is just one slice, one sliver of what's happening in Shasta County. Because remember, we don't need to abandon the government we have. We need to conserve what it was intended to be. Now is the time for all of us to remember our purpose is to uphold and protect our republic for our future generations. So let's choose the hard work. Let's clean house.
They come in at about 120 pounds, and you bet believe a bunch of the young ladies. I call them arena warriors. They're to be on the tongue of fun and not the conversation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's something that we do in this great land of ours when it comes to our country. And it starts, if you look in the center of that pin, that flag didn't get there by accident. And those colors didn't either. It was deliberated on. They were chosen. They're there for a reason. They're there to respect, to be proud of, to build on. They're there for freedom. They're there by folks who died.
They are dramatic.
You see, it's your
like you literally are just having a backyard rodeo.
If somebody stomps on it, will you put them in their place? And if somebody tries to take it away from us, Will you build the red, white, and blueprint? It's not for
This is a commercial rodeo for just one advertiser.
the will of the people. It's for the people and by the people. Something that in this country has been forgotten. Don't let them tell us what to do.
Drake, please don't move to Canada. This is an old failed docu-series where they only made 8 out of 10 episodes that were promised.
You'll stand strong next to me and next to your neighbor when the time comes to be true Americans.
We're gonna show how America... yeah. We're on episode 2. When it comes to showing how American you are, you do that by riding a bull. You too can get thrown in the air. That guy with a cigarette right there, that's for Verge. I mean, these people are hoping that's the reaction, dude. Look at Shasta Dam. That's so cool. Hey, Igloo, what's going on?
Anyway, he said something about talking points. Well, I don't know where to start.
I know.
Basically, I've been coming up here for, 30 years, and decided a long time ago this is where I wanted to retire. And did that about a little over 4 years ago, and did not regret it. Anyway, I had no inclination to join any group or movement or anything like that. It's just the whole COVID thing hit the county, and I'm, like everybody else, I'm kind of concerned about that. What, 3 or 4 million people going to drop dead? We got to do what we got to do. We have a genuine emergency. It slowly started to erode.
3 or 4 million people did drop dead though.
Add up, and the facts didn't add up.
How many people have died from COVID?
So I decided one day to go down to the Board of Supervisors to see what the heck was going on. I had a good life, good pension, allowed me to come up here and retire, and all is well with the world. All these problems, the next generation, I can go fishing. I can just go do what I want and relax. I've earned it. Very fortunately, I met these people, some amazing people, and they are teachers. They got businesses, and they got kids in school, and they are...
Oh, no, it's total in the U.S. and worldwide.
And it really caught my attention.
I know that we like one.
Sit back.
But how much compared to everything?
To get anything done, our immediate supervisors, and they're not listening.
Right.
Well, by God,
how dare the experts try to give us numbers?
We grew our local government. We grew our health department. You saw the big building across the street? We got other problems in this town. We got a serious drug and homeless problem to fix. Let's get on with the business of the county.
And what's got you fueled for the recall since your research and looking at it? Local recall, a lot of people are saying, well, it's just a waste of money again. We should just wait. I mean, what's your lighting your fire, if you will?
Plus, if you get the right people on the board, you're going to save so much money that even if we did have to pay for the recall.
Honey, Igloo, this is old.
Okay, another point
2021.
Our health department.
Okay.
Karen Randstrom.
Karen Randstrom
she's hired help.
That she was
she's not elected.
Harassed
She's up there telling us what we can and can't do.
Not to death, but
shutting down businesses, intimidating businesses. She's an employee hired by
your fucking peers. Knocked you guys out and shut you down because you were so fucking obnoxious and blatant.
We have to go through her
that they felt fucking compelled.
Is that we are their employers. There's even a org chart you can look at. Board of Supervisors, under them, there's the different departments. On top of it all,
Right.
the electorate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got to exercise our power.
So 1.2 million people died of COVID in the U.S. That's like not nothing. That's a lot of people.
County like an army. In command, we have the people. In the county org chart, we are called the electorate. Under our command, we elect the Board of Supervisors. Our goal is to elect the county's best generals who will follow our county's battle plan. The Board of Supervisors then appoints commanders of each unit, the department heads. So you have all these folks that your Board of Supervisor is going to appoint. Now, the thing that's important is that they're going to get money, right? They're going to get money.
Where did they steal this?
This isn't government money, it's your money.
This graphic.
You know, it's all taxpayer.
I refuse to believe somebody
this
made-
taxpayer
No,
money
that's
is going to be coming from us to support all these different departments. Some examples of these units include Health and Human Services, Probation, Resource Management, and Child Support Services. Appointment of the Health and Human Service person in any county is such an important part, and that particular person is appointed by the Board of Supervisors.
Incoming
They're
kitty
not
cat.
elected. They're appointed, and if they're giving wrong information to the Board of Supervisors, or the Board of Supervisors is doing their homework, that affects who? Us. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that a Board of Supervisors or anyone has the right of choosing how your health is handled. We elect the Board of Supervisors to be responsible with our money. Are they being responsible with Health and Human Services when we have so many people in that department making well over $100,000 a year in total compensation? We need to start doing our homework, don't we? We need to start
I wish you
looking at
guys
all
could
these
hear how loud
agencies.
he's purring.
Why don't we
He's
have
so
a
annoying,
forensic
though.
audit? Why don't we have an audit of each one of these departments and find out where that money's going? When you look at an org chart and you look at a situation where you've got the electorate being us, we're being controlled by the people we actually elect. We're being controlled by people who we put into office to stand between us and tyranny. The Board of Supervisors in our county and most across the states operate not as generals of the people,
Thank you, my lord. I appreciate that. Yeah, so
therefore
it's
making
not
us
fucking nothing.
slaves.
It's still not nothing.
They've drawn a battle line between government and the people, and have chosen the side of government rather than serving the people in which they were elected to represent.
Well, they're the government. I know, it's just one fucking... What's going on, Minty?
So I wanted to kind of start with this.
Yeah. I've gotten sneak peeks of this binder in meetings up to this point. But
Okay.
I want to see
No,
What's in here?
what you've been working on. Yeah.
No, come here.
Okay.
Come here, baby.
Well, you know, when you're formulating an argument, you need to know, you need to keep track. A lot of what we've been talking about with the board are executive orders, right? And health and safety codes and the budget. I need that printed. I need to be able to take notes on it. The only reason I got to digging into the budget was because of the CARES funding. So that's really what got me onto this topic, was when we were going to receive $18.1 million in CARES funding. And when they first proposed it, 12 million of it was going to go to administrative costs. And I went, whoa, how much do they have in administrative costs? Is that somewhere where they're lacking? Well, it turns out probably not, if 14% of public health's budget already goes to administrative costs. I did a Facebook video and I said, you know, how much is the CARES funding? $18.4 million. What's it paying for? When does it have to be spent by? December 31st, 2020.
Make notes.
And I say, pause. I want to point out this is not a lump sum. The state is not writing Shasta County a check for $18.4 million.
No, they have to spend the money first.
Have to spend that money first. And the money doesn't go to our general fund budget. It's not going necessarily for meals for the poor, or helping at-risk youth, or these kids.
No, it's got to go towards coronavirus shit.
You know,
that's how it fucking works. If it's funds for a specific thing, then you have to use funds for that specific thing,
like this,
and then send a bill, and you'll get reimbursed.
And we had
that's how it fucking works.
We had to spend it, and then they refunded us. And that, I maintain, is what perpetually bound us to, you know, now we're in deficit. Because are we gonna fire the 100 employees that public health brought on for COVID contact tracing? Of course we're not.
Yes, you are. It's called a contract position.
So, you know, it's that to me is where the irresponsibility is. And like you said, mismanagement. They like to say, well, you know, 4/5 of our budget come from the state government. So we can't afford to risk, you know, health and human services. We can't afford to risk these social programs for our children. Why don't you just ask
Where does she think this money comes from?
Leonard Modi sits on the
Does she think that like just the taxes that people pay in Shasta County just go to Shasta County and don't like get given to the fucking state? And then the state like disperses fucking taxes amongst counties like as they
but he does not advocate
as they need them and not as they produce them.
So again, I don't think these are questions that we don't have the answers to. I think they're questions that our supervisors don't want to ask. Mary Rickert worked to get 4-H going again. So all the fairgrounds are closed last summer, but 4-H is really near and dear to her heart. So she calls up everybody she knows, and if you go back and watch the board meetings, you can see, you know, she has connections in Sacramento, so she calls them to get 4-H up and running again.
Yeah.
Because this is so important for our community, it's so important for our kids. Well, that's great. I'm glad that she finally decided to advocate, you know, during the state of emergency. She wasn't advocating on behalf of all the children of Shasta County. She was only advocating for the children of 4-H because that's
right, because she's working within her jurisdiction, because that's where she can get things done. She's not trying to fucking grandstand for some tremendous fucking huge thing that she can only like
or we're on a
spiritually give her support behind because she doesn't have anything
in school,
any weight to pull. That's how you get things done, is you build relationships, you work within your means, you fucking find out ways that you can connect with people. And fucking
from Montesquieu. He says this love is particular to democracies. In these alone, the government is.
You know, if Israel Palestine had gone to Shasta County instead of Cobb County to figure out how to solve their fucking problem, they'd have gotten it done a lot faster. Cobb County is still deciding.
I hate politics. I hate government. It's terrible, right? Not in a republic. You don't get to say that in a republic, because to preserve a republic, you have to love it. We have to change our whole framing around how we as Americans view our government. We have to love it to preserve it. So he goes on and he says, everything, therefore, depends on establishing this love in a republic. And to inspire it ought to be the principal business of education. Do you think that's what our kids go to school for right now and learn? To love America? That's like the antithesis right now of what they're learning in schools. And it says, but the surest way of instilling it into children is for parents to set them an example. So if as parents, you know, we talk in front of our kids about how much we hate the government and how politics is stupid, and if government would just leave us alone, that's what we're transfusing into our children. That's what we've had generations of. And we can't afford to do it any longer, because now we can clearly see where that brings us to. So we have to change our conversations in our home. We have to change the conversations with our children. We have to change our relationship with government, and that is why we're doing this recall. Because we have to remind them that the electorate is at the top. We are the boss of our government.
They were able to acquire funding to make many of these fucking episodes, Minty. Isn't that special? So we could sit here in this republic that we are kind of so-so on and make fun of it.
Hello, this is Patrick.
Hey, Patrick, this is Jeremy Edwardson.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, I got tipped off that the county auditor resigned. Is that true?
That is true. We recently received a letter, his resignation letter.
No, Jeremy Edwardson's money, actually, specifically.
He said the reasons for leaving was that as an elected auditor, he has not
they sold merch
in many years, while the appointed directors have had 21% raise, he has received nothing. That's what was in his letter.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that that is not the case. There's a strong wind of recall blowing. So while we believe that Mr. Muir, the auditor, was very capable...
Also, can you imagine, like,
what is he seeing?
Just doing your job?
Yeah.
And within the parameters that you think that your job should be done, and then all of a sudden, like, two of your coworkers start advocating that you be fired.
And that will unfold later in the year as we move through the...
Like, what the fuck? Okay, here we go with the lore of Reverge Anselmo.
I started working for Shasta County in, I believe, 1999. I started off as a senior building inspector and promoted to plans examiner, which meant I reviewed all new projects, commercial projects, residential projects, large projects. Honestly, I could probably find a violation on 8 out of 10 houses just doing a drive-by and walking up. There's some violation that everybody does every day. The building codes are so vague and ambiguous that you can interpret a violation in many different ways.
I recently retired from Shasta County. I was their lead building inspector and plans examiner. Super proud I finally got here. That's where I'd set my goals to be, and I'm finally here. And unfortunately, after you hear what I have to say, you'll understand why I became very disappointed working here. Out of the 4 jurisdictions, Shasta County was the only jurisdiction that I became bitterly disappointed in working for.
I feel that they're addicted to the power of making that yes or no decision for a contractor. I always say that the easiest word for a planner or a building inspector is to say, no, it doesn't comply, because they don't have to do anything. The administrators, like Russ Mall, say, you can't find another one like me that knows all the laws. You can't find somebody like me who's certified. And so they bluff them into staying in those positions. Russ Mall, building officials, in the building code, building inspectors are exempted from making mistakes. You can't sue them. If they make a mistake and there's no malice involved, it wasn't intentional, you can't sue them.
Well, yeah, that's how it works with most places.
Russ Mall, in an interview,
like if I work at Subway and I accidentally put tomatoes on your sandwich after you say no,
anything in Shasta County,
tomatoes, then you can't sue me.
Drink, sleep in it, work in it, live in it, I control it. That's where the ego comes from.
Our director, Russ Mall, retired. We got a new boss, Dale Fletcher. This is when the marijuana code enforcement was huge. This is a big deal for the county. Anyway, one day Dale Fletcher comes in, our new boss, and he comes in and he says, look, all of you inspectors from now on are going to be doing the marijuana code enforcement. And I held my hand up and I said, no, sir. I said, count me out. I am not going to be your marijuana code enforcement. I said, first of all, I am not qualified for that. And if I wanted to be that, I'd be a sheriff or a police officer or something like that.
They're not asking you to fucking draw down on them.
Not going to be your marijuana code.
Here's a fucking, okay, listen, hold on.
Well,
cool. Oh, it's a terrible. I'll give you a better.
Like that.
There we go. I'll leave you sitting there with your mouth open to catch some flies, sir. That would be rude of me. Code enforcement can be something just as simple as reporting a garden when you see one. And I know this from experience because I had friends that live in Tehama County. And the neighbor has a driveway that runs parallel with my friend's driveway. Except for theirs goes up and off to the left or east, I guess. And the other neighbor, my friend's driveway, just curves and goes to the west. But if you continue to go down the neighbor's driveway, you cross part of where you can see into my friend's backyard. A PG&E worker had gone out to the neighbor's property to work on some fucking shit that they had going on over there, reported my friend's grow to the sheriff. And that is a very simple example of marijuana code enforcement. The PG&E driver did not have to draw down on my friend and rip out all of the plants that were in the ground. The sheriff came out. She knew the sheriff. They had a pretty good relationship with the sheriff. They had to dig up all the plants and move them somewhere else to where they couldn't be seen from any access or road. And that was how the code was enforced, and everybody moved on. These guys are so fucking dramatic.
Dale held me back 6 years.
Shasta Cola is in Hayward, actually.
Ordered to do something illegal.
Shasta doesn't even have control over their own cola.
I was ordered to sign off a flood certification that Russ Mall had indicated was exempt. And I said, in my training, it's not exempt. He goes, well, I'm exempting it. So I signed my name as per Russ Mall. The plan came back to me in 15 minutes with that same secretary said, Russ wants his name off that project. And I said, when his name comes off, so does mine. And I whited out both our names. I made it about another 6 months at Shasta County.
Dale Fletcher directly put me in.
Well, sir, it sounds like you don't like a bunch of rules, and then they tried to do a bunch of fucking hinky shit, and you're like, well, there's some rules.
And I got there, and
then you got uncomfortable?
No big deal.
You don't say.
Well, the guy has an electric gate. I go in through the gate. They happened to be outside when I got there. I thought they were expecting me, and I told them what I was told to say.
You're
that I was here to see that he removed his marijuana plants. Well, this guy got lit up, and he wanted to know who the I was, and he wanted me the F out of there, and I was scared to death, and he's like, F you. Oh my God, man, I was scared to shit. And by the time I'm like, just open your gate, man, there's a mistake, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. I was told just to come here, this is what I was supposed to do. This guy was freaking, I don't know, man, I thought my life was in jeopardy.
There are many people in Shasta Building Department that I know personally that really want this system fixed, but they're not in a position to do it. If they make too much noise, they're laid off, they're asked to retire, or they're transferred to another department. So they just go along.
Well,
but many...
You can't not like that there isn't any kind of uniformity and judgment, and then be asked to enforce a bunch of interpreted rules and then feel uncomfortable with both and then expect to be successful with whatever you're doing. Pick a side. You can't always just fucking mealy mouth everything and be like, well, I don't want to do that. Well, I don't want to do this either. Well, why can't I just sit here and just fucking check boxes and make money? Or whatever the fucking shit is. You can't do that. Expect to be taken seriously or be effective.
Many of them off the record have talked to me over the years about how to fix that.
I come in the office and I walk in there, and as I'm coming through, I hear one of the assistant planners that works the counter. And I hear him go, he's looking down and he's flicking through some papers and he's like, aha! Oh, yeah! And I go, oh, what? And he says, oh, I got him, man. I got this guy. I go, you got what guy? What are you getting? What are you gotten? What are you talking about? And he goes, oh man, I've been looking at this guy's parcel and I finally found it. I got this, he's got this structure right over here and it's not permitted, man. I got him. And I just looked at him and I go, are you kidding me? You're kidding me. I go, you get a bonus for this or what?
People get their ego into this and they're going to prove them wrong by God. They're going to catch them by God somehow. Many examples of that, of inspectors that, I got him for a violation. It's like, why would you be trying to do that?
Because people are assholes.
Something wrong.
People are fucking assholes, and you're coming in and you're going in inspecting their work. This isn't just like a permit thing. This is like any time when somebody has an essence of authority over whatever somebody is working on. Like even at work, if you're in a project, you're working on a project, and you're on a team, and you have a team member that's like, so this doesn't conform with whatever parameters of the project that we're working on. Or so when I was in one of the warehouses I worked in, I was a quality inspector. And I have a very specific list of fucking items that I have to check off to make sure that the fucking order that I'm inspecting fucking conforms to our quality levels. And when you are checking over somebody else's fucking work, they become incredibly fucking sensitive about it. So it's not something I don't think people can help. It's just the feeling of like being judged and like your self-esteem by being fucking wrong or finding a mistake in whatever it is that you're doing. So relate that to somebody building something or purchasing property. So when you are building on property or purchasing property, the inspections and the permitting that goes along with building or purchasing property, like if it's a personal project, if you're a developer, you don't give a fuck, right? Because you already have money, you're already rich. But if this is Shasta County that we're talking about. So these are a bunch of little independent contractors working on small projects. And like, sometimes it's a big nut and it can be fucking like stressful all the way to the end because anything can fucking happen in the middle of whatever you're doing and it can just all fall apart and then you lose tens of thousands of dollars. So it's also very, very fucking stressful. And it's going to make you have a fucking attitude whenever somebody that is outside of your project is coming in to inspect your work or inspect the property that you purchased that somebody may have not given a fuck on before. And you're like, okay, well, we just won't care about this. And then all of a sudden it becomes an issue. These are all risks that you take whenever you purchase property or you fucking build something. And my fucking guess, and this is just my fucking tinfoil hat speaking, is that, these good old boy fucking contractors don't like the inspector coming in and telling them what they can and can't do. Case in point, Reverge Anselmo, which they keep fucking using as some sort of poster child for unfairness, but he is just a fucking spoiled brat fucking billionaire from the East Coast who wanted to do what he wanted to do. And you just can't do that. You can't just do whatever the fuck you want. You can't just get whatever you want. Getting whatever you want is for babies. So yeah, I could see building inspectors going in fucking hard on fucking contractors who are problematic and have a fucking attitude and have something to fucking prove or think that they're fucking above shit. And yeah, I can fucking 100% see it. I can also see the other people in the office thinking that that is very petty because it is.
Surprised at first that Reverge had actually tried to obtain a permit before construction, but he was told that magic word, no.
So you needed to fucking have impact fees. You need to do an impact fee assessment because there's watershed on his property.
View it and to do his own daily worship. There were going to be no events in that.
That is bullshit. That is the most tremendous pile of bullshit. Who the fuck is going to build a church on their property and not try to make it so people can have weddings at your vineyard and up this pretty manicured, artificially created pond? Like, How fucking dumb do some people think that other people are? I'm going to build this fucking church just so my family and I have a place to worship. I'm really fond of churches too. I don't go to them to fucking pray at them or anything, but I think they're pretty. But I ain't gonna fucking spend $200,000 to build a personal one on my property I don't plan on using for fucking weddings or events or anything like that, because that's bullshit. Unadulterated bullshit. Nope.
Need that. They said they didn't care. And I said, can you tell me why? And all they would do is look upstairs, which was where Russ Mall's office was. And he said, it's not gonna happen. He wanted to make a place that would be similar to Napa Valley out here to bring to Shasta County. And why wouldn't Shasta County want to have a international restaurant and winery in their backyard? Why would a department like this try to shut that type of business down?
Because Shasta County doesn't want that kind of stuff there.
Isn't.
Then you're gonna bring the Bay Area people here
to stop the confrontation. Because then you have to push his buttons.
Encourage
and,
the Bay Area people to come and show up and
keep them
build things and make it something cool.
Shasta County is going to court to shut down parts of the Seven Hills Land and Cattle Company operation near Shingletown. That's home of Anselmo Vineyards. The preliminary injunction asks that cattle be moved off land the county says was illegally graded, that the restaurant be closed because proper permits haven't been obtained, that a chapel Revere Anselmo insists is private is actually commercial. Now, I talked with a couple of Shasta County officials this afternoon. They say they can't speak publicly because they're in litigation, and this preliminary injunction request speaks for itself.
So, what brought you to Shasta County?
My horse. I had a very good bond with the horse. So I bought the ranch. I bought it in California, not because I'm a fan of California, but I always knew if I had to get rid of it, I could. It's California, so I can dump it. So I only bought California because of that, and because I'd looked up.
Yeah, I think they had to pay for the sinister violent guy.
67% registered Republicans. So I said, at least I'm not going to have to deal with any craziness up there. So let's go. We figured if we could get a sign on 44, we would probably catch 20 people in a day, 4 or 5 days a week, that will buy some wine. The response basically was overwhelming, especially once I started cooking. We had to up everything to accommodate the business. We didn't want to disappoint the business, and we wanted to encourage it. Somebody we had met had a bed and breakfast up in the town of Shingle. And we talked to her.
It's Shingle Town.
She said, "Oh no, you're going to get nowhere. If you want a building permit, you're going to have to see Russ Mull." Now, when I go see Russ Mull, I always wear makeup and a push-up bra. I know what he wants, so I lead him on. And since you're a man, you're going to have to offer him hunting on your ranch, or he's going to do nothing for you. I didn't offer it. The idea of bribes irritates me profoundly. I get that from my dad. So I built that chapel, which was beautiful, right? So fast. It was 9 months from the foundation to the first mass. 9 months, because everything was preset. I'd even ordered the bells in advance out of Belgium, the motor for the bells. Everything was sized and ready. We'd built a lot of stuff together, all of us, so we knew how to work with each other, and it was like a perk chart. How do we get to the mass? And we just got there so fast that Karen turned around, the damn thing sitting there, basically. And then we were underway with the private mass. And that's where they came, and they red tagged it. And I said to the guy who laid the red tag on it, I said, "You understand what you're about to do here, right? This is an Amendment 1 issue. If you do that, I'm going to be taking you into federal court. I'm doing nothing wrong. You're doing it, and you're about to do it. Are you sure you're going to do that? He said, yes, I've been instructed to, and I'm going to. And I said, take a photograph of it, because the minute you do that, I'm ripping it down. That red tag's not going to hang on my building. And that's how we went from county court to state court to federal court.
Who won?
What?
The court case. Who won?
The county. I folded. It was time to go. My mother died. My wife demanded a divorce. So I had no internal support. And I settled with the county.
And maybe it's you, dude.
I voluntarily settled. I said, who fights their way in?
We encourage day drinking, to be perfectly honest, Lord. We have a whole team of Australians
we feel like there's a
that used to join us for a long time. That was our day drinking team.
Ones that actually
we're calling 3, right?
Yes.
So that's all it takes. You can take over your own government. You can fire it all, especially if you keep recalling supervisors that flake out on you. They trade your ass out for a little bit more. I know that they've padded their salaries and their pensions and their health care.
No, you know what? The more that we see a comparison of salaries in the top paid but chronically vacant positions in Shasta County government, how far from the average they are in terms of benefits, in terms of the salary, in terms of the comparisons to even counties that are close by, but just enough. Just you can't even agree on how much is enough to start attracting competent and competent people to come and even work in those positions in Shasta County, because then stuff like this has been out for 3 years and people have fucking seen how you treat county employees. The fucking political climate that is around medical and health workers. Who the fuck would want to live in Shasta County? They can't even keep a county council. They have to fucking hire their employees' boyfriends and bribe them with a fucking 18-month fucking pension, separation pension if they leave the position.
I don't know what power they think they have, because look what you're doing right here. You can show them how much power they have. That much. Without our consent. If we say you don't have it, guess what? You don't have it. Would I come back?
Yeah.
That's your question, right?
Yeah.
If you're successful with Patrick Jones, recall 3 supervisors, eliminate the whole resources management division, which has no resources. Yeah, if you did that, I'd go back.
Well, they're working on the resources management thing. Patrick is still there. They recalled Modi, but they put Tim Garman in there, who's turned out to have a lot more balls than we thought he would. Mary ain't going nowhere for another 4 years. Sorry, Revenge.
Welcome to the Board of Supervisors. We welcome you to this meeting, which is regularly scheduled for Tuesday at 9 a.m. in the Board of Supervisors chambers on the 2nd floor of the Shasta County Administration Building, which you all seem to know. Your interest is encouraged and appreciated. If the meeting is not concluded by 12 p.m., as we've done previously, we'll take a half-hour recess and then we'll come back. Just a reminder, we are still in COVID-19 protocols, so I will ask you to mask if you can. I'll ask you to remain social distance when appropriate.
Alyssa McEwen. So many of these people I can fucking name.
Say I am doing this for my children.
Well, Tuesday tonight is public comment, so that will be tonight. But the next Shasta meeting is
so that they are free.
Next Tuesday.
And that they are truly free and that they understand what their rights are. The recall is a Band-Aid on a broken arm. If the arm is going to be reset and it's going to hurt.
But regular down ballot and regular public comment will be tonight.
And figure out how to be a more resilient county. Do it on my watch. If it's going to hurt, do it on my watch. Don't do it on my kids' watch. I want them to have a healthy government body when they turn 18. And that is our duty.
Apple Watch or Samsung?
Good morning, Supervisors Modi, Rickert, and Commenti. In a few minutes, you will be served an official notice of intent to be recalled. This recall is a course correction for Shasta County.
Look at Rich Gallardo in his yellow shirt there between Melissa Magana and the other guy.
As leadership in this county during 2020, your position has been critically assessed.
I have a Michael Kors watch.
And you are being held accountable by us, the citizens.
Look at there's fucking
the
Rally Sally.
Is as follows. First,
Jeremy
a betrayal
Edwardson.
of public trust. These supervisors didn't defend our county from state government overreach. They bowed to Governor Newsom, a known corrupt, lawless politician, for county funding. They then used that CARES funding, over $18 million, for county programs over businesses by 6-1, indebting us to the state indefinitely for these new programs.
Chris Street?
As recently as last month, Supervisors Modi, Rickert, and Commenti failed a motion to terminate our local state of emergency. For over 1 year, they have failed to assert local control.
If this had just like regular captions on it, it would have like in the brackets, it would be like
without critical oversight by the
uplifting,
citizens.
hopeful music.
Our board has been irresponsible with taxpayer money, directing it to be used in inefficient county programs like administration. These supervisors have not held Dr. Karen Ramstrom and Director Don L. Ewert accountable for mismanagement during this pandemic.
See, Kathy Darling Allen was happy
of over $200
provide
million, making up over 50%
these people services. From when they went and turned in their paperwork, they didn't fucking add a signature to it, and they had to fucking. Oh no, that was when they.
We cannot risk
that was when they
another
turned in
round
the
of shutdowns,
signature.
business
Fuck, I
closures,
can't remember
and
now.
school closures.
This shit's been a while.
Supervisors that will actively protect our county from state overreach, that will secure our rights to operate our businesses, schools, and churches as we see fit, and that will be proactive and innovative in their approach to return government
when they
to its smaller,
there's
proper
a signature
role
that they
in
missed.
this county. This is not personal. This is responsible citizenship.
Oh, it's hella personal.
Performed poorly at reflecting the will of the residents of Shasta County. Therefore, a recall has become necessary to determine which supervisors continue to enjoy the support of their community and which ones need to be replaced. It's time to restore reasonable, representative, and accountable government in Shasta County for ourselves and our future generations. All in favor of a recall, say aye. Aye. Thank you.
And we see some of these people still in the fucking boardroom whenever that. Okay, so this is where they had the signature. I mean, they can acknowledge it, but they can't file it if that's not correct.
We are not stopping. We now just know exactly what to expect from them. So here we go.
Okay, we'll watch one more. One more. Yeah, count to 3, and then we'll move on to something else. These are too good. And by too good, I mean they're fucking awful. They're so bad, they're fucking good. It's so ridiculous.
I was tempted.
It's so fucking bad.
Tempted by your smile. I was
Well, every day, there's not a day that goes by. Either someone comes in and talks with me in person and or calls me on the telephone wanting to get involved. But I've never really seen that level of engagement from the community before. So this group is growing day and day. They don't know all that's happening, but I think after the summer of 2021, we're going to expose the underbelly of Shasta County government, and people are going to see just how bloated this government really is, and we can do a lot better. We're not wanting to shut down entire departments. We want departments to be efficient, and that's the difference. Some people have said, you know, Jones, you just want to shut this down and shut that down, and that's really not the case. I just can't stand inefficiencies, but we have to have a budget that we can live within. And, you know, we're facing $1 billion in CalPERS debt. That's a serious number. And the supervisors allowed that to happen over the last 2 decades. They allowed it. They like to blame other people for that, but it's our responsibility to manage that budget. And this Board of Supervisors, they have failed to manage this budget and to allow things to get out of control. So we're going to clean it up. We won't be able to pay that type of debt off for 30 years if we put $30 million to it every year. And that eats up a lot of county services. That's why you don't have a new jail. That's why you don't have a mental institution to solve those problems that we're seeing out on the streets. So it is a serious issue. But the sooner we deal with it, and the sooner we start talking about it, the sooner we can fix it. This board doesn't want to talk about it. I guess if you're going to move and leave this county, then you don't feel a strong tie here. For people like me that have grown up here, this is our place, this is our home, and we were really disappointed with what happened last year in our country and in Sacramento, and we have a hard time affecting change in those places, but we can affect change in Shasta County. We just haven't done it. We can do it. The power of the people is here, and the opportunity is right now.
Shasta County man says he was attacked by some members of the Red, White, and Blueprint group advocating for a recall of 3 Shasta County supervisors for posting parodies online.
This is a problem. I don't think they should be able to just bully 3 of our supervisors into quitting, you know.
But he says it led to Carlos Zapata showing up at the restaurant where he was working Tuesday night. He says Zapata threw a drink on him, and then a few minutes later came around behind the restaurant and stepped back while a female friend pulled Blaze by the shirt so another man could punch him. Zapata wasn't available to go on camera. I spoke with him on the phone. He said he splashed a drink on Blaze when he knocked a glass, but this whole thing is an overblown minor incident. Saying about Blaze, he's an instigator and agitator. He makes it a hobby to instigate. We asked him to stop. This is being blown out of proportion by a person with an agenda.
Yeah, duh. You know what? Listen. Carlos Zapata throwing a drink on Nathan Blaze is the greatest thing to ever happen in Shasta County. And let me tell you why. There's no better illustration about this. Right. I'll get there. Give me a second, my lord. There is no better illustration about how using somebody's own tactics to work for you because you have actual merit where they do not is my favorite kind of like just fucking warfare. It's there's nothing better and nothing warms my heart more than that's what she said. By besting somebody by weaponizing their own fucking bullshit. These people are literally making a fucking docuseries about there about wham. And when they try and go and play little vigilante cowboy out in the wild, they realize that fucking shit applies to them too. So when they reap the consequences of their own fucking shitty actions, man, how fast they turn that shit around to where, oh, you're just blowing this out of proportion. And this is the turn. This is, I'm really going to hate to stop at this episode and move on to something else because I could just blow through this whole fucking series today. I swear to God. But this is where it takes a turn to some real petty nonsense. And I am fucking here for it all over again. I was here for it when this shit was going down. Drake, no, I cannot. We're not doing it. We're not blowing through the whole fucking thing today. We got to save some. We got to save some shit for next week. I got at least. I have to at least keep this up for 3 months. I have to fucking save some fucking content. Okay, you guys want Supes shirts? You guys want scheduled posts for Media Wench Monday and for fucking Super Tuesdays? Then we need to fucking save our wad. Okay, put some numbing cream on that shit. Think about baseball. But this is where just Nathan becomes the Lex Luthor of the whole fucking series. So great. It's so great. I love Nathan so much. That man is just, he holds a permanent little portion of my fucking heart and soul. I love him forever. Shasta County local news media reported a confrontation between Red, White, and Blueprints producer Carlos Zapata and an opposer to the recall effort. I'm just going to read him in old-timey. The headline was as follows: Recall opponent says he was attacked by Red, White, and Blueprint supporters. The incident was reported prior to an investigation being launched. Yes. So let's talk about that for a second. Let's give this a little bit of context. So, not long, within less than 24 hours after the incident, we do not do have, right, and eventually it'll be like the Scientology show where we'll cruise off into other areas. But right now, like March 5th is the recall election. So we're going to be bursting at the seams for content up until then, right? As far as Shasta is considered. And like, I want to build this up, right? We're trying to build a little bit more of a different community here. And we're trying to bring in some of the locals, right? We're getting more local. Dawn was here yesterday. That was exciting. And we have the regulars that show up, right? So it's good to build up a little bit of the lore. There's a lot of lore when it comes to Shasta County. And this is like, this little docuseries here has got all of the characters. And it's so then whenever we branch off into radio shows and podcasts and other types of content, we'll already kind of have a broad overview of like the cast of characters. I have a plan, my lord. I have a plan with all of this. Sean Schwaller, is that you? It is. Me too. Okay, so the Reading Police Department released a statement concluding their investigation. No! That is patently false. The Reading Police Department released a statement. It was not the actual fucking shit that went down. It was not the report. It was a statement, not the report. And the statement that they released was patently false. And everything fucking proved it. The video from the back of Market Street Blade and Barrel was the best and brightest witness that got basically everything on fucking camera. And yeah, it does not. And these fuckers to this very fucking day still spread false fucking shit about Nathan based off of that police statement that was not the report and was fucking false. And it's fucked up because it is defamation and slander what they do every time they fucking, and they, by they, I mean people like top of the line wine Lori Bridgeford and fucking Rich Gallardo and Patty Plum and fucking all of these other fucking assholes who are still just skating along waiting for these guys to give them more fucking talking points, these pilled ass people who talk shit about Nathan, and Nathan is doing, all he's doing is holding up a fucking mirror. All he is doing is just repeating back to them what they say. And they get so fucking mad about it, but they have such little self-awareness that they just can't fucking see that it is it's just a mirror. It's the mirror they don't like. It's the fucking echo that they don't like. And they don't like it because it's embarrassing. Because they will not ever, these MAGA people, these new fucking conservatives will fucking never, ever, ever admit that they got bamboozled by a charlatan. Never. That was the worst. It's the worst thing that could ever happen to them. This is the day that they have to admit that they got bamboozled by a charlatan who has 4 humongous cases pending against him with over 90 felony fucking charges in multiple fucking jurisdictions over a broad spectrum of fuckery. And they will not admit still that they got bamboozled by a charlatan. And that's the bottom line. He did not brandish a loaded firearm.
They're painting
that's
a picture
bullshit.
here, right? Like with these terrorists, these insurrectionists, and all of a sudden there's this villain, Carlos Zapata, who attacked this poor, innocent boy, Nathan Blaze.
He's not a boy. That's another fucking weirdo fucking shit. At the time that this happened, he's like fucking over 30 years old. And for some reason they think that they can, I mean, other than the fact that calling him a boy is fucking racist in its own right, and Zapata is not fucking ignorant of that fact. For some reason, they feel it necessary, or Carlos feels it necessary, to fucking categorize him as a boy. He is a United States Air Force veteran. What's that, Bab? Just to say that again, Nathan Blaze is a military-trained United States Air Force veteran. He has also only lived in Shasta County his entire fucking life. He was born in the fucking mountains. He went to fucking Fall River Mills and Bernie and fucking MacArthur. He raised animals. He shot guns. He participated in church. I didn't know that he had such a tremendous musical background, which now fucking makes sense because he's got the music in him. Like it permeates every fucking cell. And that's why he's so fucking great at writing just diss track after diss track after diss track in fucking half an hour or an hour with no fucking problem, which is amazing to me. And they fucking hate it. They hate it so much because they're like, we respect veterans, except that one. Stupid ass.
I reached out, David Benda, who's probably
my nephew is a Marine. He's be 4 years in here.
And then Mike
next
Mangus
December,
reached
I think.
out to me. They wanted to talk about the incident. My answer was like,
or this last December?
So either I live in like some weird universe where I'm completely naive to how stupid people are, or I don't know. I mean, at this point, I'm like so almost disturbed by the news cycle, you know, and the rumor mill. I don't get it.
Like Modi gets involved after they post about it.
How bizarre that a sitting supervisor has the time to go.
The only reason that Modi got, he didn't even get involved. All he did, as a former police chief, sent Nathan a message saying, hey, sorry that happened to you. If you need any information for any other resources, please just let me know. I'll give you some phone numbers. That's literally all he said. He doesn't like campaign. He didn't make videos. They make it fucking just seem like, oh, well, he fucking ran right over to his house and sat there and held his hand and they both cried together. Like, no, that's not. Get a fucking break.
Go console somebody playing victim. This is somebody that's been harassing people for years in this town. You know, even before I ever met the guy.
If they had reached out to Nathan to actually just talk to Nathan about what happened, you know for fucking. Oh, hello, stranger. I don't like strangers. Nathan would have been on this shit in 2.5 seconds if they'd have fucking been on it. We would have seen content about it for fucking months. Of course they didn't fucking reach out to him.
Like this deal with Modi, he reached out to Nathan after the incident to make sure he was okay and to console him, you know, and to be there for him.
He is. He's the creator of all the world's problems.
Deal with restraining orders. So you have a sitting supervisor. You have
Muffin Man in the fucking chat is the creator of all of mine.
Reaching out to a citizen before an investigation's even been launched, before the facts are even out, right? And then making statements like, you know, I'm concerned with people's safety, you know? You know when you're talking.
I mean, also say what you want about Zapata. At least he trims his fucking mustache, unlike Arthur Gorman.
These liberal big newspapers, you have to be careful how you answer questions because they ask a lot of leading questions, you know? So what you're reading is not really the truth. And it's not the way that I want to get attention, you know? I want to get attention for doing positive things. I want to get attention for helping people, you know, for moving
my audio is
in a better direction. As the heat gets turned up on them, they get more bold. They get more bold in their strategy. Now they're putting the.
I don't know. OBS forgot all my fucking settings this morning, so I'm just gonna let it be.
They're making it personal at this point. I'm trying not to make it personal. But at the end of the day, it's a personal game because it personally affects us. It affects our children. It affects our legacy. It affects the way that our community is going to be for generations to come.
Who needs to go if only one of them are going to go?
Modi. Why? He made it personal.
Yeah, because they were supporting political organizations without disclosing funding, and you're not allowed to do that.
On Tuesday morning when they had the press conference.
Right, this is a total professional fucking job, but you know, he made it personal now, so fuck him.
Dark money. Who funded it?
The public will not be provided with any information regarding the dark money behind these campaign contributions.
Also known as Reverge Anselmo.
This was a political campaign when it is not a political campaign. It is a private company owned by Americans.
How did all this come about? You know, why file these complaints?
At the very beginning.
Everybody has been the most interested in the music this whole time, Justin. I mean, Mr. Muffin.
Very little is being recorded. Certainly, the amount being recorded is not equal to the amount that's being spent. So we have contacted our attorneys to ask them to look into this. Our concern is, I think, as they mentioned here, is transparency. We're asking to let the public know who's behind this and who's funding it.
You can see how powerful the media is by repeating things that are not true. Sales right away because I can't let them run with the narrative and create this idea that it's this big shady thing when it's really a lot simpler than they're trying to make it out to sound.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was our only caller right now, Chair.
Thank you. Next speaker in chamber, please.
All right, you guys are going to want to write my name down today. It's John, Jonknight. You guys want to open an investigation into who funded the Red, White, and Blueprint. It's me. The investigation can stop right here. This is good old-fashioned capitalism. I have a right as an American. I'm a taxpayer citizen. I've supported this community for, about 25 years now. And I have the right to start a company with other people who see a problem and want to address it and make a docuseries, and you guys act like we're a political campaign.
Because you're politically campaigning. You don't have to, Sir, listen. You don't have to directly declare yourself creating content for a political purpose. But if your actions very clearly illustrate that you are creating content towards a political purpose, then that is considered fucking political. And you can't do that. You can't do that.
You know what bothers me is that people like Patrick Jones could have a way cushier life, and an easier life, and probably a more successful life. He's a real, genuine person that doesn't care what people think, and
he obviously doesn't care what people think because he just does whatever the fuck he wants.
The Constitution, it's your duty to follow it, and Patrick Jones is doing a great job.
Well, I first started working in this building right here in 1978, and so
this guy is a fucking supervisor. How is he gonna just fucking sit here and fucking advocate to fire his fucking coworkers and have it not be considered political or shitty?
In this shop, working in a small family business, and working hard 6 days a week. We had to work, and my dad always made us work after school. So I grew up in this town, hardworking, small family, and through the 90s I was...
Fun fact, he doesn't even own his own gun store. His brother does. He's just the fucking general manager.
Not terribly involved with politics, but I was watching things and reading the newspaper and seeing things. And in the year 2000, I started...
hello, Dusk White. Thank you for your first time chat. Thank you for the follow.
Unhappy, and I felt
we were watching The Red, White, and Blueprint, which is a docuseries out of Shasta County. Was put out about 3 years ago. And now we're just seeing the continuation of it in public board meetings. But I thought we'd do a throwback. And yeah, he's a fail son. We do a throwback and cover this again because I'm starting to stream more during the mornings on Mondays and Tuesdays. This is going to become a regular thing. And so I think that a good overview of the majority of the cast of characters that we'll be watching into the foreseeable future is probably a good thing.
Have grown up here.
If you're a Shasta County local, then please let me know.
And it made me want to run, so I jumped in, ran my first race in 2002, came in dead last. But I went to all the meetings. I went to every meeting for 12 straight years. I had a perfect attendance, and I never missed a meeting. I went to every meeting from start to finish. And ran again in 2004. I had more knowledge and I learned more, and was more disappointed in the votes as I started going to every council meeting, watching how they're spending our hard-earned money and how they're wasting money and not being frugal with our money. Ran again in 2004, came in last again.
Oh, okay. That's why I need to let you know something then. Shasta County is in Northern California. If you're not from the United States, I would love to know where you're from. I love our international audience. And I love spreading local fucking California, local, American politics is fucking nuts as it is. Quebec. So this is Northern California, like above Sacramento, Northern California, county called Shasta County. And it is unlike any other fucking county in this country that you could that we have found. At least we have not been able to find anything else like this. And I lived in Shasta County for about 20 years. My family owns businesses up there. My family works at the hospitals up there. My children attend Shasta County schools. I have shit ton of my friends fucking live up there still. So I have an invested interest in these politics, but what we have found is that there just is nothing like this anywhere. And so we're showcasing it.
Was not that, I can't do this. It's just I need more time and more experience. And so I ran again in 2006, and I was successful and picked up a third seat on the Reading City Council, and then the work began. Recession hit.
Bigfoot's backyard, that's right.
Change very quickly. Everybody wanted raises, but yet we were losing money, and our pension debt was growing rapidly. And no one wanted to give up much. And they all wanted raises. And so soon the relationships at City Hall for me started to deteriorate. And I was disappointed with many of the unions and many of the groups around town for not recognizing our spending habits are going in the wrong direction.
That's the
so I knew fairly early on that in order for this to change, I have to count to 3. You need 3 people.
City building
to affect some change.
Times are tough. The economy, state and local economies are upside down, and it has been a challenge at City Hall to live within our means. We have to reduce our spending. I'm committed to doing that. We have excellent workers working for the city of Reading, but we have to live within our means.
And so I began to work on helping a candidate get elected. And so I worked with Gary Cadd for years.
Hello, I'm Gary Cadd, candidate for Reading City Council.
And eventually, after 4 years, he got elected. And with one other council member, I expected to be able to count to 3. And this became a problem. The problem that they needed to fix very quickly before I terminated and changed positions. If you're going to change direction of an organization, you have to start at the top. The day that Gary got elected, literally on swear-in night for Gary Cadd, Rick Bizzetti sold out. Rick Bizzetti was a former professional baseball player. He wanted Tiger Field. He owns Tiger Field today. He wanted the concessions for Tiger Field. He has concessions for Tiger Field. He wanted improvements to Tiger Field. An anonymous $1 million came in to fix up Tiger Field. All for Rick selling out. And from that moment on, it was clear.
Well, he sold out for what?
Now, that should have raised some big eyebrows. It just doesn't happen. Most people are not going to cough up $1 million. There's only a few people inside this county that would anonymously donate $1 million to help the city out.
Oh, that's Fred Emerson, I think.
And that got done. These kinds of things happen in a small
town. Is the anonymous.
You don't have a
I mean, who he would be maybe insinuating it would be is the anonymous person to donate $1 million.
Now, I always assumed, unfortunately,
he's kind of like the left's Reverge Anselmo, but still kind of
in the city, not the county.
Shady.
Unfortunately, now that I'm elected County Board of Supervisor District 4, I'm starting to find out that it's more than just the city.
The question of where Patrick Jones's neck is
this time
long
around,
plagued.
I need to be able to count to 3 to affect some change, and that's going to take 3.
He certainly won't stick it out for anybody. That's for
sure.
That are
like-minded, that are not there self-serving for their own interest. The pay and the benefits are big. To give you an example of how much the benefits are worth in most categories, they gave a pay raise not too long ago at the county, 162 employees. The pay for those 162 supervisors roughly was around $12 million, but their benefits were $8 million. And that lets you know just how lopsided it is from the real world in the private sector. You would never see.
The fucking just rattling off numbers like that is fucking incredibly disingenuous. He's talking about for 162 employees. That is the increase. Is it over how long? Those people, how long was it been since they got a cost of living increase in their wages? What is that percentage and how did it increase? Is it accounting for any other new kinds of taxes or any other incentive programs that have been added into benefits packages? There's so many fucking factors that play into that. It's like, are they increasing it incrementally? And it's over 4, 6, or however many fucking years that they're going to increase. It's such fucking... And you want to like have a humongous fucking laugh about Patrick Jones is getting upset about people sitting up there and working towards their own interests when he's like getting rid of impact fees that are going to affect, to the tune of about $20,000 that's going to cost or save him in putting in his gun range if that ever happens, which I'm not optimistic, which is fucking good just because I don't think that that's ever going to happen. Yeah, Patrick Jones is a slime ball.
A pay benefit ratio like that, and those benefits are costing dearly. Today, the county has $1 billion in pension debt, CalPERS debt. It's astonishing. So over the next 30 years,
they don't ever want to accept. They don't ever want to accept any money from any grants or stuff that California is willing to give them to improve shit that they need to improve, like county buildings to where you can have more county workers. One of the problems that they're having is that there isn't enough space to be able to accommodate new hires for the county. So all of the old employees who've been there forever, who are now like trying to catch up on things like processing permits and providing information and doing a whole bunch of other shit, the workloads per employee is tremendous. And there is over 500 empty county positions that they cannot or will not fill because there is not enough space to accommodate new employees in the current buildings that they have. Last year, they had the opportunity to accept $1 million grant from some fucking foundation that turns out was backed by Mark Zuckerberg. But it was money and funds that they could have used towards a new building for the registrar of voters and for all of their offices and everything, which means that it would free up other space so they could use that for county workers. But no, they didn't want to do that. Even though, because every time it's either from a fucking the state or anything, it's always what strings are attached. What are they going to ask us to do? They ask you to spend the money on this, and then you can just have the money. But they can't ever imagine something like that not coming with some sort of nefarious fucking context because it's from the state of California and fucking Governor Newsom. But it's just like to improve your infrastructure. The taxpayers will be paying $30 million every year, right? So all of this, whenever they have to do it, comes out of the general fund.
If everything goes well. And I warned about this for many, many years to not allow us to get to this situation. We will, over the course of the year, continue to balance the budget, live within our means, and have to spend less money. When your house is unbalanced and greed fills the air, this is what happens.
Look at him using... Look at this sitting supervisor using county property to film a propaganda style fucking movie against his own fucking coworkers. Look at this shit. We're watching it. It's unfolding before our fucking eyes. I don't even have to do anything but repeat what this private company who's fucking not politically motivated is filming this sitting supervisor using county property to film a propaganda documentary. Okay, just so everybody's clear.
Can receive, monies from the state or federal government in the way of grants. If it's a bad program, you don't do it. But yet this county is doing pilot program after pilot program, bad programs that...
Because nothing seems to be working. But a lot of that seems to just come out of the root of what the whole individual underlying problem is. And that seems to be people don't want to work or stay in Shasta County, considering the public and political and fucking personal climate there. It sucks. It sucks. It's depressing. It's no place that people want to go to live. It's a place where people end up. It's not a place where people start out.
That are failures. And
yeah, the music never stops. It's always at a fever pitch.
They're going to spend it over and over. They are housing homeless like you can't believe. We're encouraging bad behavior, enabling bad behavior, and not keeping people and criminals accountable for their actions by building a jail and incarcerating those people that have committed crimes. I grew up in this town, and I walked everywhere in this town and rode my bike. We could go anywhere in this town and our parents would not have to worry about us. Today, that is not the case. We've tolerated bad behavior, and it needs to stop. I've never seen a recall like this where people are trying to stop the recall before it begins. People are waking up saying something's not right here, and they're starting to wake up right here in Shasta County. And other people are watching this. So it's not going to just improve Shasta County. We have the ability now to help thousands of counties rid themselves of bureaucrats that unfortunately have their minds set on greed instead of spending tax dollars correctly. And they've been getting away with it for decades. And the public is rising up in vast numbers. They call us a small group. That is not true. And their eyes are being opened, and they want to help. They want to take part. What can I do?
When I wanted to go back to work, I ended up in the Shasta County Auditor's Office as a supervising accountant. Right away, I wanted to do some audits, and as it turned out, you pay $2 million a year for an audit staff in the Auditor's Department, and they had 0 audit accountants on staff. They had never done an actual internal audit. You could make this county a better place to live if you get some honest people up there, but you can't continue to bring people like Modi and expect them to have your interests. It's not going to happen. You really have to get that man out of Shasta County if you want to accomplish anything, whether it's by recall. But I'll tell you what, you don't have to recall him. All you have to do is expose him with his double dipping and then get the pressure on those other supervisors to pass an ordinance that you cannot double dip in CalPERS anymore. Mr. Modi's not going to stay there if you're paying him $70,000 a year. So he can give up his salary and be a public servant and just get his retirement. That would be fine. You're no better than...
Well, he was a fucking police chief. He's saying that he's back the blue, sir.
And retirement.
I bet you back the blue. I bet you have some sort of fucking blue stripe, some shit somewhere on your stuff. He was a fucking police chief for like 15 fucking years.
These guys have a platform. They have the media's ear, which puts us automatically at a disadvantage. I mean, aside from the disadvantage that we don't have a ton of money behind us. We don't have an endorsement. Like in every way, we're the underdog already. Like not only is the recall hard to do because, I think Kathy Darling said it, like it's set up to fail. It's set up to be extremely difficult to get this amount of signatures validated.
It should be, because you shouldn't just go and the ability for people to vote originally for who they want to be in office should be easier than to take that person out of office before their term ends.
In addition, now
because otherwise you just keep a fucking cycle of
that say things like
installing and recalling and installing and recalling people, and then no actual governing gets done.
It's unfortunate because so many people get that soundbite on the news and go, oh, I guess I should reject the recall. It sounds like they're not doing things legally. And it's like, we are doing everything legally, righteously. And if we make a mistake, we'll fix it. They're using their funds and their power and their political connections to keep the recall from getting off the ground, to keep us from even getting to the petition stage. Because don't forget,
because then you didn't even do the petition stage correctly.
Then we have to get those verified. Then we still have the ballot box. They accused Recall Shasta by name of, just read it to you. Here it is. Recall Shasta Brown Act violations complaint rejected by FPPC. In just 24 hours, the State Fair Political Practices Commission, FPPC, is flatly rejected Recall Shasta's complaint that Shasta County Supervisors Rickert, Modi, and Clementi have been violating the Brown Act. First problem, no one from Recall Shasta contacted the FPPC about a Brown Act violation. So where did they get that? But it makes us look like we don't know what we're doing. Of course, a Brown Act violation was flatly rejected by the FPPC. They don't do Brown Act violations. It's clear on their website. No one from Recall Shasta contacted them about it. That's outrageous. Is anyone going to apologize for this?
You don't really declare, they didn't really declare who was and wasn't involved in Recall Shasta. There are people who said that they were involved in Recall Shasta or that they weren't involved in Recall Shasta, but still did like a whole bunch of shit with their group.
I am so tired of people saying their hands are tied. Yeah. Oh, well, because what that really is them saying they're passing the buck. Oh, my hands are tied. No, they're not. You just don't want to be held accountable for making any action at all. And that is the whole COVID thing, right? All these businesses saying, oh, well, we're going to require masks because if you were to get sick and we get sued, we can't get involved in a lawsuit like that. Since when are businesses, airlines, anyone ever held liable for somebody getting sick in their restaurant? I mean, that's not like a health and safety code violation. We're talking about one customer being sick with the flu and giving it to somebody else. I mean, that's outrageous. There's no precedent for it. But nobody wants the liability. And that goes for businesses, that goes for individuals, and that goes for our government.
If you had a true emergency with regards to a pandemic, our hospitals would have been overrun.
Mercy Hospital. That's where both of my little gremlins were born.
The same. And the county and the Board of Supervisors knew this last year, and they could have opted out of the governor's system and said, hey, we're going to create our own system. We're going to treat people here in Shasta County differently. If Walmart and Costco can stay open, then that Mexican restaurant and that Chinese restaurant, why can't they stay open? And they made it out.
Because that's the difference between a mom and pop and a fucking large corporation. Oh, then begins the medical misinformation portion. What's up, red wine terrorist?
Fundamentally, what I tried to explain is that COVID infection and really any viremia, virus in your bloodstream, influenza is the most common one, and bacterial infections as well. They fundamentally measure the strength of your immune system. People with a strong immune system.
Oh, I wonder if Moo's on here. We could point out the new
immune system did fine.
Health and Human Services
your immune system is a better doctor
he's
than
not
anybody
here.
in this room. Almost better than the guy on the Zoom. But it is. Our immune system is a marvelous instrument. And if your immune system is lousy, you're not going to do so well.
But there was never, that I'm aware of, a protocol or anything you were supposed to do before you came back to the ER and were needing oxygen. That's crazy. If you feel bad, get the test, we'll call you in 5 days. They don't talk about the millions of people that have recovered. That'd be a wonderful number. You could have that as a way to celebrate and support the American people during these dark times.
No, because then that creates a false fucking sense of security because it's like, oh, well, we get it. But all these people have recovered. It's the fucking ones that don't that was an unprecedented rate and number. And the long-term effects were way worse. So, no, you can't just fucking say that. You can't.
And I know one girl, a neighbor, who was a nurse, tested positive, and she had to keep getting tested before she could go back to work. She had 3 positive tests. In the case count for the country, the county, the state, those are 3 cases.
Well, that's right. But see, these were the ones that were fucking taking the information off of VAers or whatever that one.
That's inaccurate. So the system was gamed to keep adding up deaths and cases.
Until 100 years ago or so, our public health was mostly based on shaming, stigmatization, and exclusion, and mandates. But over the last 100 years, we have realized that mandates and enforcements are counterproductive. What works better is education, empowerment, and encouragement. In this environment of fear last year, we forgot that lesson.
One of my wonderful patients and friends I diagnosed him with a really horrific brain tumor 2 Januaries ago. And 40 years ago, we called it the widowmaker. Normally the patients would live 3 or 4 months, that's it. The drug hydroxychloroquine, in an experimental study, it's called off-label use. That drug was known to, or shown in research to double the lifespan of these poor patients. So I wrote them a prescription, because I also prescribed that for people with lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. Unfortunately, the governor had sent down an edict
Cancer isn't a virus.
to not fill the hydroxychloroquine. So they take it to the pharmacy, and the pharmacist
and cancer is also not a COVID.
Calls, and she's just the nicest person, and she's in tears. And I had him come back to the office same day, wrote on a prescription pad, "This patient has lupus." They took it to a different pharmacy, and they filled the drug.
I saw Dr. Fauci interviewed this past week and was specifically asked by a congressman, what metrics are you measuring and what are the goals so that we can get back our civil rights?
What is low enough? Give me a number. What I mean, we had 15 days to slow the spread, turned into 1 year.
Ugh, Jim Jordan.
What metrics, what measures?
He's been awfully fucking silent lately, hasn't he?
Congressman Jordan, is to get as many people vaccinated as
Just noticed
quickly
that.
as we
Just thought about
possibly
that. Just
can.
very now.
To get the
Because
level
I haven't
of
thought about Jim
infection
Jordan in
this
a while
country
until just
low
now.
that it is no longer a threat.
What measure? I mean, are we just going to continue
What's up,
this
Chad?
forever? Or when do we get to the point? What measure? What standard? What objective outcome do we have to reach before Americans get their liberty and freedoms back?
Gradually, there will be more flexibility.
Where does it get to? When it comes down, what number do we get our liberties back? Tell me the number. Tell me the number.
People forget the scale of viral infection. So bacteria are small. You can put 20,000 of them on the head of a pin, 20,000. You can put 20 million viruses on the head of a pin. You know, when you have the active infection of COVID on the 3rd day, any viremia, influenza is the same, you have 500 billion virions in your body. 500 billion. Each exhalation, 1,000 come out in the water vapor that comes out of your lungs. So the idea that you can really prevent exposure to that is, to me, is kind of ludicrous.
Well,
my anxiety prescriptions tripled.
You can prevent
My
it. You
stomach
can't
acid
make it
prescriptions
zero.
tripled. I normally see about 3 suicidal teenagers in a year. This last year, I had more than 1 a month. Stop scaring the living you-know-what out of my people. It was not okay with me. But closing the schools and doing this to our young people, they crossed a line for me.
So as physician, we live by an oath: first, do no harm. So follow the science, but never make the treatment of a disease worse than the disease itself. It's our responsibility to speak up so that we can fix those things in future.
Good evening, supervisors. I'm Dr. Paul Dhanuka. Thank you for the opportunity to address the meeting. I'm going to address the problem we have right now, the principles to handle it, and the solutions. The problem is that our response to COVID
I have a problem with doctors who just wear their scrubs around
causing us
all
to
the time.
overreact, just shutting down the economy for 6 months. Psychological stresses are increasing, which we see as increased alcohol and drug abuse, as well as suicide rates. And all of these are much more likely to hurt the people who are already at risk: women, children, and poor. So what do? To clarify, you need to remember a few principles. First, do no harm. Don't make the disease treatment worse than the disease itself. Second, it's impossible to make the risk zero. Pursuit of absolute safety will cause more risks and damage. As Board of Supervisors, you are the most direct elected representatives for the people in Shasta County and our last line of defense. In order to restore the balance, I have a proposal to have 4 agenda items for you to consider and vote. First.
Okay, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry. Could you email those to us?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Just go ahead and email it to us. We appreciate it. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Thank you.
Doctor, I'd like to have it too. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I said thank you. I'd like to have a copy too.
Well, thank you.
Your 3 minutes were up. You should have read off your things first.
Good evening. Could we have your name, please?
Yeah, Carlos Zapata. I wasn't going to speak. I was asked to speak here. Sheriff, good to see you.
Hey, Jeremy, it's Alyssa. I am just giving you a call because I just had 2 district attorney investigators stop by my house.
All right. We got to stop on those. I know it's terrible. It's terrible and I'm sorry. So all the docudrama, that was a lot of that money was put forth by Jeremy Edwardson, who is the producer. You see him, he shows up very fucking rarely, every once in a while anymore. But he is he's in a couple of episodes of this here. More towards the end, he's in it also. River Anselmo funded some of it. A lot of donations and shit from you'll see in later episodes a rodeo that they put on, merch that they sold. There was an effort that was put forward, but they were supposed to do 10 episodes and they only got to 8. 9 technically if you count 6.5, which is 150% all about Nathan, which is hilarious. And that's our favorite. They deleted it, but the internet is forever. So we have that on the archive. On the Red, White, and Blueprint archive on Odyssey. So let's see here. Let's go watch a Mountaintop Media episode. Excuse me. Mountaintop Media. I should bookmark this page, but I am a fucking pro streamer. I'll bookmark it. Okay. Should we watch? So the Red, White, and Blueprint still does a podcast series called The Patriot. I don't know what their fucking deal is. Like, this is ridiculous. You gotta see this. So all of their what is it with mind? Like, so the Great Seal of the State of Jefferson one. This one is called the Patriot State of Mind, MINE, Jefferson State. Oh, Jefferson State of Mind. This is Sovereign Minds, Patriot State of Mind, and then We the Filtered. So this Patriot State of Mind, this one here, State of Jefferson. This one is Terry Raposa, or also known as Gioza Raposa. He's the one that wears the big American flag shirts. Sovereign Minds is Mark Kent. He's the head of the Water Users Committee, which is the filter in the money laundering scam between Revenge Anselmo and Patrick Jones. And this is Patriot State of Mind is the Red, White, and Blueprint podcast. And then We the Parents, this chick is Leslie Sawyer, who is a Moms for Liberty chick, and also she's a real trash bag. So, but let's look at the today's state of Patriot State of Mind. Look at this is gonna be awful. I'll tell you right now.
The food inside there is designed to last 25 years.
Oh, look, we get a commercial. No, thank you.
These knee sleeves will turn back the clock on your knees by 20 years.
Well, what?
If you suffer any type of knee pain,
come on, no.
Good morning.
Good morning, gents.
How goes it?
Well, I hear Woody. Where is he, though?
I know.
It's a nice jacket.
He's camouflaged. That's some good camo.
Yeah, that's old school right there. I like it.
Have you
Okay, so Woody Clendenin, we recognize him. He's the hairdresser from Cottonwood.
guys ever seen those sheets?
So that is Jeremy. No, sorry, that's John Knight. John Knight, they tried to get elected. Oh God, did he get elected or did he not? As the mosquito vector chairperson or person in charge of the mosquito abatement or whatever. He believes that the Japanese have weaponized mosquitoes to get you with the vaccine. That's not a joke. That's real. And then Lonnie Bengay, who he's involved in all this. He lives out in Palisadro. He's very against them building any new subdivisions out there, with something that he and I agree on.
Sheets that it's like a bunch of little mirrors, but you can like hold
Yes,
it up in front
Minty,
of you.
the Japanese.
It redirects the light around you, and it basically makes you like
Weaponized
invisible.
mosquitoes
No,
to get you vaccinated.
that exists.
It's
That's
pretty
not a
wild,
joke.
man. It really does exist. It's like a bunch of little mirrors. But anyways, thanks for tuning in, guys. If you're
Also known as Quick Maths
good
John.
morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever time it is you're tuning in. Today we're going to talk about the
Buckle up,
BS
I need a
going on with
refill.
this Kevin Cry recall, and I think we need to call people out and call just say the truth on what things really are. And we were sitting here we weren't even going to actually shoot this morning, but we started talking about it and said, hey man, this is really important, because he's a huge ally in fighting for voter integrity, fighting for restoring liberties back to the people. And I think a lot of people that are on the recall side are either outright lying or they're delusional about what reality is. I just want to point out one thing. People keep hammering down on the fact that they're saying Governor Newsom is not going to appoint. There's this gentleman, Charlie Menahoe, sending letters out to people in an app and emails and stuff like that. And one of the main points is that Governor Newsom will not appoint. And I don't know if it's his
This is brand new and a completely different recall.
We're not going.
Let's see what they have to say about recalls, shall we? This will be fucking entertaining as fuck.
You would actually, you would vote yes or no, and if you voted yes to recall somebody, you would pick the next person. Guess what? We got nobody on the ballot, so they just think that it's going to be the empty seat until November.
Yeah.
And Governor Newsom is not going to appoint. Apparently, the governor just makes laws and they pass assembly bills because they don't plan on using them. So
it's not pertinent
reaction to what we were doing up here in Shasta.
Use it in every case.
Here's the frustrating part for me is like these people, the commercials I've heard.
Woody finally figured out how to use a microphone. Thank you, bejesus.
Shasta County, and I support the recall of Kevin Cry. All right, so no conservative in Shasta County would support the recall of Kevin Cry. You would not risk that fact that Gavin Newsom does get to a point if he so chooses. And so these people that say they're conservatives, I'm sick and tired of it. Listen, I'm sick and tired of it. You married.
Is that a 3%er fucking sticker he's got on his tumbler over there?
Oh, I'm a Republican.
His tumbler on a wood slice coaster.
Your day is done. That Rhino Republican Party is dying on the vine as we sit here and speak. This is a populist movement.
Hold on, I got to take a picture of this here so I can send it to my friends.
Put our country first, and if you're not on the train, that means you're on the tracks. Time to step out of the way.
I'm a true fiscal conservative.
Oh, what a load of crap.
I'm a Republican. And then the next thing they say is, could that open us up to legislative action from the state? Do we need to lick the boots of Gavin Newsom? I think we just need to keep licking the boots of Gavin Newsom. I'm a true fiscal conservative. Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me. It's bad. I know, because that just simple risk versus gain. You're risking Governor Newsom appointing our supervisor because you didn't like one of Cry's policies. He hasn't broken the law. He hasn't done, anything of the criminal natures of the last recall that was done in Shasta County. Nothing even close. So what are the grounds for the recall? We get caught in the weeds quickly on the arguments, right? Because that's what they want to do.
Gavin
the
wears
grounds are flimsy. He was
stylish
barely in office to pass anything or do anything.
He may have boots.
And then
I can see Gavin sporting some fucking boots. He does go to
it's fear,
places and dress down,
and they're slinging mud, and it's just pathetic to me.
Especially where they're
slinging.
And
it is the same thing, like you said, Woody. Stand there and say you're a Republican conservative, and then you want to let a Newsom have the power to appoint. Do you realize how?
Have they ever called him Governor Nuisance? Because I feel like they're missing a fucking like a golden opportunity there.
The fact that that's not possible, and I've had friends ask now that this, the recall vote is really ramping up. Can he really appoint? Yes. So, John, I think you have the government code, and that's important to realize. That's real, even though it feels like it would be fake. No way. Yeah, you can.
Well, so AB 969.
Yep.
Okay, that removed the voter's ability to pick someone for a board of supervisors if they are recalled, or if there's an absence. Okay, then Government Code 2582 was that is actually in if you look that up, AB 2582, it says governor shall appoint when there's a vacancy on the board of supervisors. Governor shall appoint if there's a vacancy on the board of supervisors. Now, this was all a knee-jerk reaction to when Woody got recalled. They just
you made me stutter.
Think about this, okay? You got to be in District 1 to vote for Kevin Cry. You got to be in District 1 to recall Kevin Cry. But you don't get to pick the replacement if you recall him, and now the governor gets to replace, and this is insanity. You guys,
I feel like they just the governor just goes and knocks on somebody's door like fucking Ed McMahon and the fucking and the prize patrol.
And just say,
guess who gets to be a supervisor today?
Why are you recalling Kevin Cry? I think he was the best District 1 supervisor we've ever had by far. Tell me. And they go,
you just don't like fucking Base Joe. That's all. You just don't like Base Joe. You're still mad at Base Joe.
So you guys are saying that he's disenfranchising the voters by getting rid of voting machines that can be manipulated. That is 100%. There's many different ways to manipulate those things. If you're a critical thinker, you will realize that any machine that is connected or can be connected absolutely can be manipulated. Okay. So to go back to hand counting, which would be cheaper okay, would be more efficient. We already had the volunteers. So to sit here and peddle these lies that he's disenfranchising the voters by getting rid of a perfectly good voting system is garbage. And you know, pushing the lies that it's going to cost millions of dollars. Pushing the lies it's going to take.
Sorry. What happened? What? Oh no. Pro streamer.
Extra 1,300 poll workers.
No way.
Yeah, so they're saying the ROV came out and they kept running with these lies. I mean, like, and I don't think that everybody has bad intentions or is intentionally lying. But what I'm saying is that there's no way, do the math, if you take around 70,000 people that vote, usually a little under that, you divide that by 1,300, you end up with 53.
Right.
This is simple math. We don't need one extra poll worker on top of the ones that are already there for every 53 people that vote. It doesn't make any sense. We already take 3 or 4 weeks with the voting machines. We could vote by hand for cheaper and more fast. And it's
more fast
standard. Okay, another lie that they talked about was the secretary not having a Secretary of State approved hand counting method. That was already in place. Now, a lot of conservatives even said, well, you know, I like that we're getting rid of the machines, but, you know, I think it would have been better if we had, you know, a hand counting system already in place, you know, before we got rid of the machines. Well, I really appreciate these guys bringing something up and dealing with it right away. And we already had a hand counting Secretary of State approved. That's how we audit the machines because it's the gold standard. In 2012, we actually had a race that was within 9 votes and they had to hand count them by hand, 30,000. And they just did it, got it done in 2 days. So this whole, how do we vote before we had these voting machines? They act like we lost the technology to hand count. It's impossible. We can't do it. It's going to cost millions of dollars, 1,300 extra poll workers.
Tons of states still hand count and they get done way before. I mean, Florida's one of them. They get done way before our Dominion voting machines get done. Mm-hmm. And they're probably just way more accurate, too.
Well, and that's a good talking point, the voting system, in my mind, because it's massively flawed. And I don't think if you're going to be...
I need to pause this for just 1 second.
All the power of the issues in the voting in Kevin Cry's hand.
I know you're super upset about it. Oh, here we go. But I need to play something. This is important. This is probably one of the best videos ever made about what it would take to hack a Dominion voting machine. I love this video. It's so good.
Good morning, supervisors. All right, it's one thing when the county uses our tax dollars for things we may not agree with. It's another thing when our money is being used to fund a plan that has the direct purpose of getting this county sued into bankruptcy. Imagine your kid asks you for $20. You don't ask them what for because you want to show that you trust them. Then you find out they spent it all on candy. You're likely to be disappointed and have a discussion with them about finances, but now imagine you found out that your kid not only accepted your $20, but then spent it on a knife that they then used to slash the tires of your car. That's how we the people feel about Kevin Cry's usage of county funds to go visit the My Pillow guy. It's a personal violation and a line has been crossed. The highly misinformed citizens in this room clearly don't understand the impossibility of the task of a fully hand-counted system in a county this size. According to our county clerk, who was elected by over 65%, the elections office already hand counts 1 to 10% of the ballots, and look how long certification already takes. Their delusion has them at the point of not even being able to see a fundamental flaw in their plan to eradicate voter fraud. Once again, this is the effect that Donald Trump via Fox News has had on this country. The fact of the matter is that the only option that won't get our county sued is to keep Dominion. That's the only fact that matters. I don't care if somewhere in Narnia, Dominion voting machines were somehow interfered with. It did not happen here. According to our county clerk and the Deputy Secretary of State of California, our local machines do not have internet access. And therefore, by clear logic and a modicum of understanding of modern technology, our machines can only be tampered with via physical access, which would mean that someone would have to break into our elections office, find the machines, rip them open, find a way to physically connect to them. Then they'd have to install their hack. Once installed, they would now need a way to control it. Without the ability to control it, that would mean someone would have to have written a highly advanced algorithm to detect votes and somehow automatically change them to the desired target in Shasta County. Apparently, we're worthy of world-class hackers out here in chicken coop nowhere. Also, once the hack is installed, their programming would require them to self-delete all traces. Then whoever ripped apart the machines would apparently also need to be a hell of a handyman, because they'd have to repair the damage to the machines as to go unnoticed. I seem to remember a recent meeting where the clerk's office allowed the public to have close-up, supervised access to these machines. I do not believe that Patrick or Chris attended this demonstration. However, Kevin did. All of this Mission Impossible 15 bullcrap would have to be done entirely without being seen by a single employee or the commercial-grade surveillance system installed on the building. This is one of the stupidest things any group of humans on this planet has ever thought could be possible. When extremists who are capable of believing the sci-fi fairy tale that I just spun for you start hand-counting your ballots and then see the ballot of someone they disagree with, do you really think they have the morality to not cheat at this point? Is your ballot even going to count if this happens? This board needs to rescind the Dominion decision today before we leave this room. The combination of disinformation from Fox News coupled with the money from Reverge Anselmo has placed Shasta County squarely into the zone of a California state emergency.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, back to this batshittery.
He's been in office, you're just a fool.
Yeah.
Because we have decades to get to this point where the system's being questioned, right? You have no voter ID. You've got machines that are corruptible. Every expert in that, it says that machines are corruptible. And you have all this lost trust. And then you have a guy that gets in the seat and in a short time says, we need to fix this lost trust. I agree. The system that's working is disenfranchising. So let's get rid of that and let's overhaul. Then lies and a recall and everything comes after him and say, well, you just look like a fool. And that's why I think it's frustrating is that how are they getting a voice? How does that foolish of a mindset and way to critically think about what's going on? How do they even get to sit there and do that? It blows my mind, and it's frustrating because you don't even want to get involved with it because it's so foolish. It's blatantly like we've got these massive issues and you don't even want to tackle them. You just want to vilify the guy that took one step in that direction. And because he's an easy target, it's just pathetic.
Well, think about this. Before the Modi recall and up until...
my Lord, they lied.
The people got to choose the replacement of the recalled candidate, right? And the liberals are always on TV talking about the threat to democracy. You know, have you heard them say, oh, this is the greatest threat to democracy?
Yeah, it is. Have you heard the guy talk?
Passed a law that took away the people's ability to choose their own replacement so that one dude...
Their wooden room is worse than my wooden room because their wooden room has is more than one wall.
He's the only guy on the ballot. And yet that's the kind of power that they gave him. So I don't want to hear from them about talking about threats of democracy. First of all, we're not a democracy.
Yeah. Republic.
Lonnie's hat talks a little bit about what a democracy is, right? 2 sheep and a lion voting on what they're going to have for dinner. Thank God we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. But what's going on here,
Yeah, it's this is a major
My lord, you would imagine that finding the facts that you want to fit your narrative is a little bit more difficult.
We are a republic, and we elect these people to make decisions for us. And for the first time in a long time, we're seeing some pushback against government overreach. Normally, the politicians
push the narrative for that. We're not a democracy, so they don't need to vote.
Go along with whatever the state. It's easier. It's easier to go with the flow. To just swim down the river.
I had to get producer Dave one of those.
Themselves up to character assassinations.
Maybe
controlled media.
Maybe that's what the Supes logo should look like, right?
So
like a seal
to just go up there,
but like a no step on snack.
Kind of like what opened up this can of worms with wanting to recall some of the supervisors.
Maybe
because people were losing their jobs. There was things happening. The government overreach was so.
We need to crowdsource ideas for. We need to think tank some fucking some Supes logos ideas. I kind of like that.
I was just kind of like, yeah. They're just telling us what we want to hear. And I used to go to supervisor meetings.
It says Echoplex Media, Supes.
I really care what you got to say. And then, boom. And then they just do whatever they want to do anyways and go along with whatever the state says or whatever the feds say. And we were designed as a bottom-up government. We are supposed to be the supreme law of
a sundial bridge,
our own destiny in this county. We're not supposed to just have Mussolini or any other dictator, the president, tell us
okay, hold on.
Pass unconstitutional things where we don't have any say in it. We're supposed to be able to neutralize all that stuff. So thank God we have three amazing, and I'll just Kellstrom, Cry, and Jones. I mean, they're going to go down in history.
Oh, they're warriors. They're warriors. I mean, this time, this
warriors, my fucking foot. I need something round.
It really came to light when COVID happened, and the Board of Supervisors were claiming to be conservative, but then they were like, well, we can't take a chance of our funding getting cut off. So, I mean, that's really what it was all about, right? Is they're scared to death of losing some funding from the state, and so they've just kind of been whipped the old carrot and stick deal until they realize, oh no, we got to go along. With our school, look at our schools. Oh yeah, they don't represent our values here, our public schools. But oh no, we have to teach this certain curriculum, or else we lose our funding from the state.
Yeah. And I love the group pushing the recall. Yes, for the recall. One of their things is how divisive and all this other. They go down that train. I'm thinking, really, you gave the guy what, 2 months, 3 months, and then you wanted to just recall him. You didn't even try and work with him. I would love to hear them all sit down at the
I've seen a zillion fucking inside direct messages between people and Kevin Cry about his unwillingness to work with people. I'm just saying.
You're going to hand power over.
Privy to a little bit of inside information, a little inside baseball on this.
It's new in the seat. And we don't want the polished politician who's going to make every single last little strategic move sometimes, because the people are done with that. They don't want to hear, well, we have to remain soft over here, and this is a balanced decision because we don't want to upset anyone. Like you said, the populist movement is not that. Not that at all, because we have the unthinkable going on by the government right now. I mean,
what the fuck? Okay, I thought the unthinkable was before. Now we're unthinkable again?
The unthinkable's happening. People that aren't following that, and I have the conversation with them of the numbers coming across into the country and everything else and the risks involved and what the sheriffs are even saying. And they're like, really? Really? So there's this block, and it's the same thing with the Newsom gets to a point. That really? Does he really get to do? Yes. This is the unthinkable is happening. You need someone principled and willing to upset the apple cart, not worried about divisiveness. It's just
divide and conquer. That's how we're being conquered. We got to a point where we don't get together and sit at the table together, and we just do the opposite of what the other side. But I mean, I can understand arguments over certain things that are going to be argued with till the end of time. But let's just go back to 2016. I mean, in 2016, there was a lot of people on the left or normies that were saying, hey, man, we think that these machines are manipulated. There's all this evidence, all these people. I mean, after Trump got elected, there was all kinds of crying going on over the machines, which I think is great. They were calling, but then you go forward. It's almost like if your team wins, it's not a problem. But if they lose, then it's a problem. And, let's forget about left and right. Okay, we're not even going to have the right to argue with each other if we don't preserve our voter integrity, and the trust is gone. I go, let's unite so we can fight later.
I like what, Clint Curtis said when he came to his presentation. He was like, hey, I should be able to look at you.
Clint Curtis is such a fucking
scammer. You should be able to say, you know what? We both want fair elections. And then if you don't like the results, at least you're just like, man, we better fight.
Sorry, I gotta inspire. I gotta jot this fucking drawing down real quick.
But now nobody trusts the elections.
I'd rather lose to the opposition of the other peasants that are voting than it being.
What do you mean, other peasants? You fucking God.
Should be on the same team. I mean, humans should be united in fighting against these globalists and the people who are pulling the strings that are controlling the politicians at the high level. And I just want to repeat, we didn't talk about AB 969, but that's another thing. I mean, we talked about the government codes in the Assembly Bill 2582, but what about AB 969? I mean, is this not a direct violation of the California Constitution, of the United States Constitution?
No, they're trying to keep fucking people like you from forcing shenanigans when people are trying to vote.
To get rid of the machines and go to hand counting, and boom, they come out with AB 969. Says anybody who has over 1,000 voters, registered voters in a county, makes it's illegal to hand count. I mean, talk about just crushing the will of the people. And I'm going to repeat AB 2582 again. That's that AB 2582. That's what took away the voters' ability to pick a replacement in the vacancy of a board of supervisor, and Government Code 25060. Governor shall appoint when there's a vacancy of the Board of Supervisors. Look it up, Government Code 25060. So if you end up voting yes to recall Kevin Cry, you're literally handing over the fate of Shasta County to Governor Mussolini. And I want that really to sink in.
Governor Mussolini,
one of the best.
Please, somebody get this kid a drama award, because what's up, Lady B? Good morning.
So the way that I understand the law reads is you cannot hand count in a state or federal election.
In a county with more than 1,000 people.
You can separate the local ballots out, and in your local elections you can hand count. And that's legal. It's totally legal to do. And I think, man, that's really important. At least we would for sure know and be able to trust our local elections.
I think Rich Gallardo's been pushing for that, and I think it's a wonderful idea. And I think that it would cost.
I think that the fact that John Knight thinks that anything Rich Gallardo is going to do is a good idea questions literally everything that John Knight stands for, even more than more so than before.
Trends that were different, but let's just be realistic here. If we actually went to do that, I don't think it would be but a couple weeks before they came out with some kind of state law or government code or assembly bill that just made it illegal. I'm just saying, every time we do something to restore...
But that doesn't mean you don't...
No, I'm all for it.
I'm just trudging forward, and make them keep sticking up, because I think you don't advertise it. You just all of a sudden... voila, we're counting this election. Don't give them time to pass something before this next election.
Yeah, I agree. I'm all for it. I think it's a great idea. Rich was talking about this probably around 11 months ago, and before AB 969 even passed. And he was like, "Hey, I think they're gonna pass something that's gonna take that away. We need to separate the ballots." And I feel like he was beating a dead horse for a while. Nobody was listening. Now people are starting to pay attention, and everywhere I go, people think it's a great idea, and I support it 100%.
I think you touched on something that. We were talking about right before we started recording, but the cost thing. And I just want to speak to that on a principle level on being an American and a patriot. And these, Republican conservatives, as they claim to be, stand up and say they're for this recall because, and one of the grounds for the recall is Kevin Cry approving expenditures from county funds to right the voting system, to try and correct the errors or rebuild the trust, whatever verbiage you want to put on it. If you look at how our country is based, it's based on that bottom up. The very spirit of the American and feeling empowered when you go to work, feeling like you can change your own world, you can build something for your family, that you can affect the laws that govern you. The very spirit, that's the best word I can come up with right now. But the very fabric of it all is that your vote counts.
Self-governed.
So to devalue the expenditures, to make sure that is still honest and true, that's the core of who we are. Even those that don't even realize it, they still believe they have a voice and they believe they get to say something. Those even promoting the recall. Well, then how can you be against the vote and making sure it is as fair and true as we can get it? And it's going to cost some money.
Because it is, and then you're trying to remove or like harass the people who are in charge of it, who have been elected by 65% of the people in the county, majority. You're trying to get rid of those people.
So then to launch a recall for it? What are you, against a fair election? If it costs millions even, I say good. Then you're putting the value.
Lady B, this is literally Red, White, Blueprint podcast.
The foundational piece that I wake up to every day living in this country. And it's like, wait a second. You don't want to spend on that? Then what are you going to spend it on? You're just going to ignore the fact that your constituents by majority don't trust the voting system? Either side of the aisle, but let's just ignore that and move forward and all this other mess. Really?
Well, the bottom line is that, I think, it's obvious. There's a lot of useful idiots involved in the recall. They're working tables, whatever. But the people behind it are liberals or elite. Reading has an elite class too. Mm-hmm. Darren Resner's, and let's be honest. You think she's not still like super butthurt that a guy like Kevin Cry beat her when she had all the deep state of Reading behind her and stuff? You gotta. It was not. It had nothing to do with the cost of that. That was just totally about just retribution.
How many people that were saying against the Modi recall, it cost too much, recall, they're the same people that are saying.
What do you guys think about this for kind of like a logo?
In 2016 and when do we recall Modi? In 2020, 2021, 2020?
Started in 2020, I think.
I think it finished in 2021. But anyways, they were against recalls back then, and now all of a sudden they're for recalls.
Just a little rough.
There's no hypocrisy there. Well, we better wrap this up, guys. If we go too long.
Gets us fired up.
Yep, we're fired up, and hopefully if you guys are listening to this, please share it. We need to inform people about the BS going on with this Kevin Cry recall. It's very important to keep him in. We do not want Governor Newsom appointing the next Board of Supervisor. They did not pass AB 2582 or Government Code 25060 for nothing. Okay, if you think that he did that just to do it for the fun of it, they literally did it so they can take away our ability to replace a supervisor, and that seat is not going to stay vacant until November. He will replace immediately, and they will start undoing everything that has been done to restore our liberty here on a local level. So anyways, just please share this, get in the fight. If you're not in the fight, please do whatever you can to get involved. We had a
vote no on the recall.
Vote no on the recall.
If you're in District 1.
I posted it in the peanut gallery.
For Mary Rickert. Well, she's joked around a couple times now about. Go ahead and play it. Let's just hear it out of the horse's mouth here.
Gosh, we elect people so that they can represent us. Will you get back to Nick? Will you get back to Alyssa?
Yes, I will. I will get back to Nick.
Since Nick first contacted you.
I will make a note. I have a note now in front of me. Do you know how many comments and emails we get in a day and phone calls?
It's your job.
Yes, it is.
I get a lot of comments too. Thousands and thousands of comments. But that's not the point. The point
you don't get thousands and thousands of comments, Terry.
If we're so overwhelmed as representing the people that you can't do your job because you're overwhelmed, then maybe you need help or someone else needs to do it.
Well, I'm just going to say a person could resign and then we can let Governor Newsom appoint a new supervisor. That's an option.
Oh, okay. Well, is that sort of blackmail? I mean,
No, she's being facetious, you fucking asshole.
stand up for us.
That's what the process is, because I've had people say that to me, will resign.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Nick Gardner.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I think it was last week or the week before, I spoke with a representative from RCRC, we sit on that board, the Rural Counties Association. And we had a long discussion about Gavin Newsom's history of appointing supervisors when there's a bit of vacancy. And for instance, and I just was in a meeting with him, Mr. Starr, Shane Starr in Modoc County. Jerry Byrne, who serves on RCRC, tried for 2 years to get the governor to appoint and asked. And he finally was elected for that position. So Suzanne was not lying, and I'm offended that you made reference to that. That is a fact.
Just because he didn't make an appointment in Modoc County doesn't mean he won't make one in 5 minutes here in Shasta.
So I can articulate that too. So in San Mateo, I actually met the one that was appointed at CSAC from San Mateo. And also Glenn County's put forward, I believe, 6 people. And the word back was they're too conservative, find someone else. You can ask the CAO of Glenn County about that.
But he has not appointed anyone.
It doesn't mean he won't.
And I want to know, what would let's just say, if it happened, what would one vote on this board make a difference? My vote doesn't make a difference 99% of the time.
You're taking away the vote that we voted in.
Gosh, we elect people so that they can represent us. Will you?
There it is.
Well, anyways, there it is there. All right. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Please share this if you can. And I really appreciate you. Get in the fight if you're local here, or get in the fight wherever you are. I think the only way we're going to change anything is on a local level, bottom up. We got to restore that bottom up power that we have as ordinary people. And thanks, guys. It's always a pleasure to see you and hang out.
This is on Rumble. I wonder I kind of wonder what their views are on this. That's the embed, but I want to look at their actual channel. One moment, please. Patriot State of Mind podcast. So they put out, what was it, episode 103, looks like 18 hours ago. District 4 candidate, 76 views. Episode 102, No on Cry and Rhino Culture, the one we just watched, 111 views. Current events and a walk down memory lane. Ooh, Zapata was on one 3 months ago. Damn, it's been a minute. Ooh, YouTube. I used to live in Maricopa County. I was in Phoenix, North Phoenix by the 51, like almost to Scottsdale, on 15th and Grover's 15th Street, not Ave. Streets are east of fucking Thunderbird, right? I can't remember. Fuck. It's been a long time. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just bookmark that. So let's go to KCNR and see if we can find a good radio show to listen to. I'm going to bookmark this too. I'm just going to ruin my Chromium. Programming. What's the Nick Gardner's fucking show? What fucking is that? Is it We the People? No. Poke the Hornet's Nest with Nick Gardner and Doug Jenke. When was their last show? Sunday, February 11th.
The views and opinions of shows on KCNR
or
people in their county. So there's a lot more money that we'd be going for, but at the same time, we're not qualified to do that. And so we're the small fish in the big pond.
Special interest groups, because you get somebody in there in that office in that position, and they've been there for term after term after term.
Okay, so that was the Kevin Krause. So let's listen to the one before that.
Hi, Bob the Drop here. The other day I had a close encounter with my friends from Mars.
There we go.
I visited them a few years back, and they discovered the great taste of Mount Shasta spring water. Well, I guess they ran out, so they came back to Earth to get some more. I reminded them it comes from a protected spring at the base of Mount Shasta, and it's bottled at the source. I guess they just didn't get the part about us delivering right to your door. Have your own close encounter by calling 1-800-922-60.
The commercials are hilarious.
Some of the best tasting water in the galaxy. Pure and simple, naturally, the best. Mount Shasta spring water.
The views and opinions of shows on KCNR are those of the hosts, guests, and callers only, and do not necessarily reflect those of the staff, management, or advertisers of KCNR Radio.
Okay, BRB.
Write your problems down in detail. Take them to the higher place. And you can learn why to play well. In the meantime, hush your face. Right, you bloody well right. You got the bloody right to say. Right, you bloody well right. You know you got a right to say.
You've got a right to say, but you've got an obligation to be honest. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Still got it going on at the ripe old age of 73. I got it popping, man, popping.
Wow. I thought you were 43, so you look pretty good for somebody who's 43.
Never drink cheap beer, never smoke cheap cigarettes. See what it does for you?
Good morning, everybody. Poke the Hornet's Nest with Nick Gardner and Doug Jenke. And
what's the weather, Doug?
Well, looking out the window, it is stopped raining for the moment, but I can assure you up in Shingletucky, where the dogs talk and the people bark, there's about 3 inches of snow at the stores.
Oh, did you have fun driving down here?
I was driving a pickup truck, and those are fun in the snow.
You know what people need to realize in the snow is when you're coming down a hill and you got a brake, you want to use your emergency brake, not your front brakes.
Who told you that?
A wise person a long, long time ago.
Yeah. That wise person probably went off the road, so I wouldn't use that.
No, he lived up in Trinity Center. He had to go down this steep hill all the time. You use your front brakes, your front tires freeze up, and you can't steer. You use back brakes, you've got a chance of slowing it down, and you got a little control.
Well, you can fishtail like a son of a gun, that's for darn sure.
Well, I'm past that age. I don't know what happened, but I grew up. Hey, we're going to beat up on these people that are trying to recall Kevin Krause again. And, they keep saying that canceling the Dominion machines has cost us millions and millions of dollars. And there's a spread from anywhere from in between. And before I get any further, I went to the supervisors meeting and I invited Mary Rickert to call in any time on this show today and defend her position that it's cost us millions of dollars.
With an S, millions.
Plural. And I also invited Jeff Gorder, he's the head of the recall committee, to call in or come in, because we've got other subjects we'd like to talk to old Jeff about.
Hey, Nick, great news. Great news. The George Soros-sponsored speaking Kathy Darlan Allen is retiring. Now, unfortunately, there's some health issues there, so I hope she stays healthy, but best news ever for Shasta County. The George Soros supporting Kathy Darlan Allen is officially retiring, I guess, right after the election, which I think is also very interesting. I'm sure she wants to have continuity of theft, so she's going to stay there until after this recall.
Well, that's the second one that was reelected in 2022 that has retired almost less than a year after the reelection, or 4-year term. And that was the old game that the old school played of appointing their successor so they'd be an incumbent and have some experience behind them when it came time to get reelected. It's a foot up. It's kind of like Tanessa getting to be mayor. She gets to put down Mayor of Redding underneath her name for the Assembly of the state of California.
Well, Miss Audette,
even though she doesn't have any accomplishments as a city council member.
Well, and the funny thing is Miss Audette is out there, got those slick ads, and if she had any sense of decency on that little trick they played on Mr. Mazzano, she should have said, no, Mark has earned it, I will be vice mayor this year, that's the way it should go. But instead, she did what all slimy, unethical politicians do, and that is she jumped at the opportunity for self-promotion, and so that's, if you vote for Tanessa Audette, that's who you're getting, is somebody who's going to self-promote and not do what's either honorable or right, and Mazzano had earned that position, and now she's out there claiming that she's the mayor of Redding when she's done nothing to earn it.
And the only demonstration of class during that situation was...
We're having a browser debate in chat.
He didn't run her down. He didn't shout and get angry.
Christina, my sister just texted me from
does
internet.
Does everybody recognize Nick Gardner's voice? Do we know who Nick Gardner is?
Why that is happening. So if you guys are out there and we go silent, please call the station and let us know.
You might be able to go to 1460 and pick it up.
Well, she's in Las Vegas, so
she's on the internet.
I disagree with all of you, and I say Brave is best, but that's just me.
Because it's Conservative Sunday, do you suppose?
I don't know. It's possible.
That's really frustrating because we've got a lot to share.
Yes, we do. So
ask her to text us back when she gets it going again.
I will do that. This is like the third time someone said that to me, that our show went silent on the internet.
Oh, I've heard it half a dozen times.
It's the fucking deep state trying to fucking silence you, Nick.
All right.
Even they can't stand to listen to you.
And the Audette and Mazzano. And where were we going today, Nick?
Nick Gardner, we see him at the Board of Supervisors meetings. The tall fucking guy with his hands behind his back with the white hair and the glasses that's like, I want Mary to come on my show. And he's like a fucking asshole.
But I'm going to read a few cuts out of this. The idea is sold that more local control is sold. Oh, she's talking.
Brave is awesome. Brave has a built-in ad blocker, so I can watch YouTube without any ads, and it's fucking fantastic.
Conciliation of power in the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, I understand that's like 20 guys, but I can go through the meeting real quick and find a fucking 3 minutes where Nick spits some stupidity. You want me to do that?
It's dangerous and takes away the voices of the people. This is a real possibility. The charter says that.
I don't know if it's a memory hog or not.
Vacancy on the Board of Supervisors, the supervisors will appoint somebody, will leave the position open until the next election, or it will go to a special election by the people. It doesn't say a dang thing about anybody else, the Register of Voters, county clerk, tax treasurer. If that was to happen, it would go to a vote by the people if they want to elect those positions or have the supervisors appoint them. It's a terribly misleading statement. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The county has functioned effectively for 150 years as a general law county. Well, Laura Hobbs, she says she wants to make Shasta County great again.
Yeah.
I don't believe Shasta County was ever great.
Well, I mean,
we've always had our
issues, and
some of them are major. I think we're on the verge of making Shasta great again.
No.
At Dana Drive. Okay?
No, Dan Q. Dan Q.
Dan Q.
No.
Whoever Dan Q is. But anyway, you know,
he's the brother to Q Anon.
Shasta County has always been corrupt, dirty, you know, just not really representing the people. And we're on the cusp of the people being represented for a change. And Laura Hobbs is on the front of that. I was at the Women's League of Voters forum they had.
Ew.
And she was the only one.
Well, that's like 100% of the creeper level just went up at that meeting just because Nick was there.
An answer and then explain their answer. The rest of them had to explain why they were against whatever they were against.
Oh.
And it was very interesting. And I'm getting to where I want people that answer the questions instead of making excuses.
Well, you know, it's like you watched that Sean Hannity thing with Governor Newsom and Ron DeSantis. You know, every time Newsom was asked a question, he bloviated and spoke grandly, but never answered a question. Not one time did he ever give an answer.
Yeah.
So that's what career politicians do, is they talk, but you don't actually say anything.
Absolutely. There have been no public hearings that would serve to help voters make an informed choice. She's talking about the charter versus rural county. Well, yes, there has. Why don't you go to a supervisors meeting? There's been plenty of discussion there.
Yeah.
And I think
I heard it's standing room only at most of those things.
Carl Bott has to...
It's hard to get in. That's a hot ticket.
Big fish to fry, such as dealing with the loss of considerable income from the action to eliminate impact fees that fund county programs. Well, you know, our budget is roughly $660 million. In 3 years, that is $2 billion. And they're whining about $500,000 impact fees that they eliminated to try and spur some growth.
Huh.
And they have all these different projects that those impact...
Oh, yeah. They're still banging on about impact. I mean, this was from a couple of weeks ago. So, to be fair, this is kind of older, but we didn't listen to this one. The last one was the one with Kevin Cry and the two other District 3 people who are running for supervisor for District 3 against Mary.
Government project.
And we watched that yesterday.
That's been taken from the people. Nick, we normally don't take a phone call, but we did ask someone to call in. Dana, are you there?
I like to listen to the callers.
Yes, this is Donna.
Oh, Donna.
Okay.
Donna.
Hit it. Hurry up.
Well, I am on the mailing list for gun owners of California, and I wanted to tell you the rating. Tanessa Audet, Republican, C rating. Heather Hardwick, Republican, A rating. Melissa Hunt, Republican, A rating. Mark Mazzano, Republican, DNR, which I think he did not return his survey. So that's it.
Oh, well, thanks for calling.
Thanks,
Talk
Donna.
to you later. So, okay, the voting machine has cost us over $1 million to fix something that wasn't broken.
Yes.
Well, now, let's get to this, and I'm going to explain it briefly, and we're going to go to some cuts.
Is the audio really quiet for you guys, or is it, I mean, should I turn it up a little bit?
$6,000 a year that costs more for special elections, that we had to pay a service contract on, and that we had to update software every year. It ran us well over $300,000 a year. We bought the Hart machines for, I
know that the actual recording is quiet, but
Mary Rickert claimed
should I turn it up a little bit?
$861,000. So that's a cut right there.
We aren't responsible for this audio.
Machines.
This would never pass Dave's smell test, ever.
It cost us $1 million to buy those machines. Well, the next 14 years, our elections are free. And you know what? We can set those machines in the middle of the mall, and you can walk by and look at them. They could take the sides off them. We own them. We can look and see what's inside those machines.
Yep, absolutely.
And you know, for them to say it cost us millions of dollars, they are lying
completely and utterly through their teeth. And also the thing I've said on our show, also when I've been on Carl Bott's show, is I, as well as 7 out of 10 Americans, do not trust the electoral system. We do not. Because of the machines, because of the stuffed ballots.
How's that?
Trust it. And Dominion's at the heart of it, because Dominion, by its nature and design, was designed to steal elections. That's what it was set for. Kurt came in and explained exactly what it was. And why is mine and Nick's vote, or Nick and I, why is our vote that we don't trust that machine and them getting rid of it not valid compared to the liberals who are, saying, "Oh my God, we don't like it. We didn't trust it. I'm so glad they got rid of it." So there you go. Good job, guys.
You've got to use the grammar that liberals understand. You should have said Nick and me,
or I, or it, or them. One of the pronouns.
We only have one joke.
Funding. This drive is coming from someone that does not live here and has a vendetta against our beloved county. Well, you know what? Anselmo has donated a large amount of money to clean up our county representatives. And these people just can't stand it.
Because all you guys talk about dark money and outside interests and fucking billionaire fucking money and grassroots shit. And you can't claim all that stuff if you're taking $1 million from a fucking rich dude that lives on the fucking East Coast.
Right. But the thing is, and then they mentioned that he's going to turn this into Anselmoville. Well, you know what? I wish we were Anselmo.
If Hamish was a dog, he'd be a golden retriever. Except for Hamish doesn't retrieve shit because he doesn't have a brain cell.
I didn't see any needles or trash on the ground. I didn't see any homeless. I could stand a county that's Anselmoville.
Well, it's funny when they come up with this stuff now, but Glenn Hawes back in the day, him and Russ Small developed the Shasta Land Trust, which is probably one of the largest, in my personal opinion, criminal organizations here in the North State, because it basically, if you
absolutely, Astor, 100%.
You have to go buy an acre off of Glenn's property, off his own personal property, as a trust, where he's not allowed to quote unquote sell it or build on it. That allows you to build on your property.
That might have fairy shrimp.
It might have something. And it's funny is you can't do anything on your property, but he can continue doing his for agricultural, whatever, and the whole works. But that's the kind of system that used to be in place. That was it. And we're still dealing with that. Then you look at Modi and that
Hamish came in and fucking waved his tail in front of Turkish.
The one that finished it all when they locked us down.
Turkish is like, and then left. Now Turkish
they destroyed our children.
Dude.
They bought into the lie.
Now I'm going to hear him running upstairs like two fully formed fucking children.
That's what the liberals want. Those are the people they want back, the ones who destroyed us. And I think that Patrick, Chris, and Kevin are turning the Titanic out of the storm, and it's going to take a while. And these folks constantly talk about Kevin and how much money he's cost. What they seem to forget is Kevin's voting for a budget will be the first time this year. He didn't get to vote on the budget they had to put up with last year. So all this cost or talk about monies and everything else, that predates Kevin. He had to do what was already voted on by the previous people. So when they talk about how much it's going to cost, it's just patently not true.
Well, let me hitchhike onto that. Matt Plummer at the Wednesday night forum, he echoed what Ronald Reagan said. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And he's insinuating that this current board is the one that upset the apple cart for the last 4 years. The fact of the matter is, Chris.
Well, thank you for that, Lady B. I appreciate that.
For a year.
Not even. This is the end of their first year this month.
Garmin has only been there for 2 years, so the only ones you can pin the blame on is Mary Rickard and Patrick Jones. Patrick Jones was fighting Modi. He was fighting Les Ball. He was fighting Mary Rickard. He was fighting Joe Clemente. They created all these problems, and what I want you to remember is when Reagan took over for Carter, it didn't turn around on a dime. We had 3 or 4 years that were really...
Joe Clemente, the creator of all the county's problems.
Carter's policies. So just because we get 3 conservatives in there, they're fighting all the past policies, and it just doesn't happen overnight. This recall committee is not giving these 3 a chance to do the people's business the way the people want it done.
Well, I mean, the whole recall thing is just a complete load of BS, because the reality is Kevin made 1 vote as part of a 5-person group. I still stand by that. I really appreciate the vote that Kevin and Pat and Chris did, and yet it was within weeks of him making this vote that they decided they needed to recall him. He'd been in power, quote unquote power. He'd been on the board for less than a month and made a vote, and then within a month or so, the whole "we got to recall Kevin" cry started. I mean, think about that. Because if that's the case, I would have recalled Joe Biden by February of 2021.
Would you have waited that long?
No, I would have done it the next day. But that's the point, is this gentleman, I think, truly does have the heart of Shasta County at his goals.
No.
And this whole recall thing has been BS from the get-go. And on the TV ads, they're just lying.
I fucking love how bad, I love how much shit they talk on a recall.
Something about Shasta County Sheriff,
and then how many
Kevin
excuses they make for the last one.
Bull crap. And I would use more direct language. The sheriff...
This one or the last one, Astro?
Carl Bott, Sheriff Johnson, and Sheriff Johnson said that his staffing is the best it has been in years, and he's got 12 people going through the background
What's up,
check.
Mater?
So when these people say these things, the problem is...
Mater, this is the third one.
The lie.
You fucking missed it. Actually, fourth.
And then you're defending the lie.
The Cry one. Okay, so the Kevin Cry one was started because he...
Oh, well, that Kevin Cry.
Basically, it was like the pushing of the Dominion voting machine thing and having those taken out. But also the fucking him going and fucking having a relationship with Mike Lindell and the traveling around and speaking about fucking things that
continue
that have nothing to do with
some of us.
Well, let's go ahead with the
fucking
clips.
Shasta County business.
Clip, and then the second clip, and then the third clip.
Let me echo the sentiments of the two previous speakers. I'm on board about 100% with everything that they said. Given the recent legal outcomes of the Dominion lawsuit against Fox, the firing of Tucker Carlson for knowingly conveying those lies, the successful lawsuit against Mr. Lindell, it's time for this board to recognize that you are on a course of policy with our voting system which is predicated on lies and misinformation.
Well, Mater, I'll be here every Monday and Tuesday at 9 a.m. for at least the next 3 months.
Predicated on lies and malinformation.
And then I will probably repost the episodes on my YouTube channel. And then eventually we'll see if Dave wants to repost them on his YouTube channel, on the main one. Mainly because there's like sometimes medical misinformation stuff pops up here, and I don't want our main channel to get flagged.
To handle those nuts and bolts details, we don't. You don't.
Well, you don't have to be. I'm just saying.
We will be hearing later today about the impacts of this irresponsible and unnecessary voting system.
I try to do at least 4 hours.
Impacts which may have negative consequences.
That's like that's a pretty normal.
To some of the most vulnerable people in our community. 3-4 hours. Wise people recognize the value in changing opinions and perspectives when confronted with new information and facts.
But I started doing the Tuesday board meetings live.
It is time for you to lay aside your hubris and reverse course. You, not Dominion, not the Illuminati, not the mainstream media, not any other scapegoat. You have compromised our ability to have free, fair, and accurate elections. Not to mention our reputation.
No, this is a show called Poke the Hornet's Nest. It's on KCNR. It's a local Shasta County radio station. And they're playing a clip from the last Board of Supervisors meeting of Auntie Civic, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
That was Suzanne Barrymore, and I don't see how canceling the Dominion machines and buying the Hart machines took away services for our county. And she's no stranger to hydraulic sandwiches. She's had a DUI and I think some other alcohol-related offense.
What the fuck does that have to do with it? It doesn't make her wrong, Nick.
After work every night, and she just bloviates and is very dishonest in my opinion.
Well, your opinion is yours to have, sir, but it's also incorrect.
They do not hire anybody for Kathy Darling Allen's position within the system. Find a conservative. Find somebody who says they will open the machines, they will open up every
That's not how that works, dude.
request. And
you don't get to just be like, oh, we're going to have, we're just going to put a conservative in the registrar of voters. Because that'll make it fair.
From either side, a liberal or a Democrat or a conservative side that says, I want to see the results, there's no hesitation. It's not top secret. There's nothing there except numbers and facts. And so I'm hoping that they hire people who will do that. And Susan Barrymore, again, she's just bloviating.
Barrymore.
Well, they've got
Say it with me.
I think it's May.
Barrymore.
Yeah, they've got
Barrymore.
Yeah.
Or was it April?
Like you bear more.
One or the other.
I think it was said end of March or April 1st.
Do you suppose Newsom's going to jump in there and tell us that he needs to appoint any vacancies for any elected position?
Gosh, I hope not.
So anyway, Susan is running for District 2 Supervisor. That's a strong no for me.
Suzanne.
Can we get this other clip in? And then I guess we'll go
Supervisor
to a break.
Cry, you've betrayed the trust of District 1 voters. You campaigned on fiscal responsibility, ensuring the county doesn't get sued, and on being a uniter and a healer. You've done none of those things. Rather, you voted to throw away millions of taxpayer dollars by relying on the disproven opinions of election denier Mike Lindell and terminating the contract with Dominion Voting Systems in favor of a costly and untested hand count system. The Register of Voters has initially estimated that this move will cost the county an extra $1.65 million for each statewide election going forward. In addition, you abstained from voting against an unconstitutional Second Amendment resolution because you were more concerned about your personal liability than the county liability. Finally, the fact that you even considered offering the CEO position to a divisive and extremist candidate like Chris Street, who was held liable for $7 million in financial mismanagement, and who is second in charge of New California State, an organization dedicated to splitting California, was an outrage and an embarrassment to all of us. Our county's in crisis, and we must act now.
Gay Steve would not does not do this time of the morning. He doesn't.
Government to Shasta.
And I realize it's almost 1 o'clock. I said what I said.
Step lightly, but rather with a sense of seriousness. He's been personally served. I would just leave it there, Tim. We don't take this action lightly with a seriousness of purpose.
Yeah, 1 p.m.
In fact, we don't plan to engage in any celebratory actions at this point. We ask our supporters not to do so either. It's far too early to celebrate. There's a long road ahead, but we cannot stand by for another 3.5 years and watch you take the county down the path that you've taken it thus far. Therefore, today we've served you with a notice of intent to circulate a recall petition. For members of the press, we'll be available at 12 noon today outside the board chambers to answer any questions you might have. Thank you to all of those who have supported us
Cut her
so
off.
far. And
That's a lot further than we wanted to go. Evidently, Jeff Gorder, who's still welcome to call, doesn't understand math too well. Instead of spending well over $300,000 a year for Dominion, we bought our machines that if you put it over the 15-year lifetime of the contract will cost us about $60,000.
Have a good morning, Lady B.
Well, I know we got to pick this up because I think it's break time. So we'll go to break and then come back and we'll pick this right up.
And we got people calling. I just want to hear from Mary Rickert and Jeff Gorder.
I will hear from Mary Rickert and Jeff Gorder before you will, Nick. I will try to make sure of it, to be perfectly honest.
K243CT Reading.
I'm Tracy Edwards, CEO of the Reading Rancheria. Giving back to our local community is a tradition that is firmly rooted.
I love local commercials. I will always let the local commercials play.
The help that you guys gave us, we were able to stick around, retain some of our employees, and make sure all the customers got what they needed. Thank you guys.
Hi there. Post Office Saloon would like to thank the Reading Rancheria for supporting us and our community through the COVID pandemic. Reading Rancheria, proud to play our part.
I have family that works for the Rancheria and at the clinic.
Join Wind River Resort.
They fucking love it there.
The ultimate tailgate party, February 11th for the Wind River Resort and Casino event.
Rancheria, that's the Wind River Indians, the Rancheria.
Favorite score on cash and prize drawings throughout the game. Must be 21 to attend this exciting event. Doors open at 2:30 p.m. We'll talk football.
So they have a tribal clinic and they have a bunch of other services that are for the Wind River Native Americans that are in the area.
What's going on in Redding, California? This is Tony Horde with Better Homes and Gardens Results Real Estate. Be sure and tune in to KCNR on your radio dial Wednesdays at 5 p.m. for Living in the North State. Together with my three amazing co-hosts, Rich Howe, Bill Woodford, and Mindy Cochran, we'll be interviewing professionals in the industry and taking your calls to answer all your questions and have a great time doing so. Talk to you then, Redding.
Oh, I bet that's just an electrifying fucking radio show.
I'm Tracy Edwards, CEO of the Redding Rancheria. Giving back to our local community is a tradition.
Wow, they bought a lot of airtime
in our history. We'd like to thank
they are. I mean,
for all their community support, including
say what you will about the casino. I mean, I guess it gives something the people in the area something to do.
Rancheria. You are the ones we can always count on to help us out in tough times. They're the people.
There's one of those in Redding too. There's one of those. There's a Moose Lodge. There's an Elks Lodge. There's there's the Italian American Heritage. But I went to
okay, stay with us because
I went to a crab feed there once with my mom and a couple of family members, and Sheriff Joe Basenko was there.
But one thing I wanted to announce before we get too much further,
and
Christian Gardner has been at the supervisors meeting. He goes to every
There's not moose
and
here.
He's got these big signs about
but there's
the
a
size
moose
of the
lodge.
lawn sign, and they say not on the agenda, point of order, and he stands up and he's been distracting. And I was listening to some of the liberals talk in the hallway before the meeting last meeting, and they were getting tired of him. So at the meeting, he left, and he left one of his signs there, and I was afraid they might steal it. So I took it home with me, Christian, and I'll bring it to the next meeting for you. I was protecting your sign. So can we go to the next clip?
In the last week or so.
This is Ronnie.
There were lies actually put forward about voter fraud. And yet, y'all made a decision to go ahead and take our voting machines away from us, based on conspiracy and propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And so you want us, as citizens of Shasta County, to trust you in making essential decisions for this county when your decisions are based on lies.
I couldn't imagine a mean Dave.
That is
bad.
not showing that you are responsible. This whole political BS game, as what Kevin cried, what did you call it? Political football. When we are talking about our freedoms here in this in this county and our ability to vote, not only that, but our ability, that's going to cost us $6.5 million is what you're looking at by getting rid of our voting machines.
6.5.
We can't afford to provide the funds for our jails.
$6.5 million. Let's go to the second part of that clip. That's the part I wanted to get out. Here she goes. Her name's Ronnie. I don't know what her last
name is. And you all don't want to hear about it. We've got a homeless situation that we're dealing with that you guys are not dealing with.
Well, okay.
The level of corruption that has been in this community since I moved to this community over 15 years ago has just increased. And you guys are not helping it either. So y'all need to grow the hell up and start being responsible adults and start not acting like a bunch of children.
There we go. That's Ronnie. Well, you know, Ronnie, you've only been here 8 years. I've been here 73. And there's been a lot of corruption going on before the last couple of years, and we finally have some supervisors that are trying to sort it out and straighten it out. And
No. They're trying to save themselves some fucking money and keep from getting fucking recalled, and then letting all the fucking clowns run the circus.
14 years, she found it corrupt, and yet she wants to return to that kind of thing where the votes are stolen. There's nothing that's honest.
Literally, no votes were stolen.
She herself said that she's been here 15 years. It's been corrupt since she moved here. So Kevin is, by mathematics, 8% of the problem.
Hey, listen, I've got this last clip coming up, and this is myself at the supervisor meeting calling out Mary Rickard, and she has a reply about the millions of dollars. So listen to this closely.
Yesterday, I attended the show and shine in Palo Cedro. Great success. Everybody was happy. They made the chamber.
Oh boy,
money,
this isn't it.
Really pleased with that. And over the course of the last week, I've had several meetings with constituents.
Yeah, that wasn't it. I hope I didn't.
That's her board report, dude.
Wrong time slot there.
Well, at your age, who knows?
213.43. Okay, go ahead. Skip it up a few seconds.
It's Sunday morning, folks. We're having our coffee right now.
That was a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of show and shine, so we encourage people.
Okay, evidently I gave Christina the wrong times. That happens because, I didn't go to 8th grade. So
I'm not surprised.
The gist of it is I got up there and I called out Mary Rick.
I bet I could find the clip faster than his producer can. Poor Christina. She has to listen to his bullshit. I'm sorry, Christina.
And I called out Jeff Godert and a few others saying I want an explanation about how this cost us millions of dollars. And Mary wouldn't reply. But at the end, when I got done, she says, I have some figures for you. Now, I have it on good...
He didn't attend either one.
Authority. Mary was sitting there reading off her phone, and at the same time, Matt Plummer was up there texting on his phone. Now, this is a history that Mary has had. I've seen Suzanne Barrymore and Don Duckett texting questions to Mary, and then she comes up with a question. You can see the light of her phone, and she's reading it off. And this has been going on.
That's not true.
Here is the numbers that Mary gave me.
Hold on.
Okay, here we go. It cost us $111,000 to prep for a hand count. That's money that Mary Kathy Darling Allen spent trying to figure out how to hand count ballots. It cost us $171,000 to terminate the Dominion and retire supplies. So I guess that's what it cost us to send them their machines back. We spent $861,554 for the Hart contract. That comes out to $1,144,000. That's not millions.
Well,
I'm not quite done.
Oh, sorry. Take it on.
And now, if you take, and I said this before, if you multiply the $300,000 that we saved for the next 14 years, that's $4.2 million, Mary.
Well, I would like to know who arranged for the shipping of those machines. You could rent a 20-foot container and ship it all the way on the other side of the world for about $3,500. So who the heck paid $100,000 to ship machines in a container back to Dominion? That number actually, when I heard that, my jaw dropped, is because they're just machines. We ship cars. Every product you get in the store comes in a 20-foot container, and yet it somehow costs the county of Shasta $100,000 to load up a container and ship it somewhere in the world.
We could have rented a Hertz rent-a-truck and taken it to wherever they wanted it for $50,000 and had enough left over to eat dinner. Hey, have you noticed the businesses that are shutting down in Reading?
Yep. Yeah, it's I know that at least in the restaurant sector, some of them are choosing not to do lunches anymore because the $20 an hour minimum.
Mater, I don't attend a whole bunch of other
making enough money in lunch.
Attend a whole bunch of other shows. Like I'm generally never ever on the Wednesday show. I'm on Thursday, sometimes Friday, not very often.
About the unemployment.
Saturday, not so much since I started covering this on Mondays and Tuesdays.
It's not great.
So I wouldn't have known whether you could have just been hanging out at night, and I would have never known.
That's the gist of it. I think the supervisors made a really wise decision, canceling Dominion, buying our own machines.
It's literally they took a machine system out and replaced it with another machine system that just doesn't have Dominion on it.
Costing us a dime more.
And they think they shit on the fucking chessboard and won.
Well, I have a hard time thinking about this because for over 200 years, and as recently as last year, hand counting paper ballots have been acceptable in the United States and around the world. And as a matter of fact, Argentina, with millions of people, just did an election that was the results were known the same day. And all of a sudden, in the last 20 years, we have lost the ability as human beings to count like we did for 200 and something years. And the election integrity, though in the old days it was kind of sleight of hand, I mean, one of the things that got the election, in my opinion, from Mr. Joe Biden, and I use that term loosely, is we all went to bed the night before, and Trump was ahead in virtually every state. And the next day, the elections had completely turned by a statistically almost identical number that could not have been done by accident or by human error. That was programmed into the system. That is why I don't trust Dominion.
Well, let's get on back to local here now.
Please.
I don't support Matt Plummer because he's a Bethelite. He quoted Reagan.
Right, but what does that say about fucking
in California? That's completely false.
Oh, is he running against Patrick?
His legislature. Reagan had to sign the legislation. He didn't have any choice. And his first priority is homelessness. Well, you know what? If we had us a jail and we could lock up the criminals, the homelessness would be a lot less severe to deal with.
Well, think about how much money we have thrown between the city, the state, and the county. We've thrown at homelessness. We're feeding the bears. They're getting worse. There's a certain moment when you got to say we keep throwing money at this problem.
I know, Drake. This is just ridiculous.
What is another option?
Well, my
accountability is my opinion.
My complaint with Sloan is he's been on the board of directors for the Goodwill Rescue Mission for 3 years, and he thinks they're making progress. The city of Reading is giving them, I believe it's $3.2 million to build a daycare navigation center right behind the Goodwill Rescue Mission, and all we're doing is making them
a daycare navigation center.
Sloan I don't know about Plummer, but I know that Sloan and Long and Barrymore, they've sucked the government's hind tit their whole life. We need to get some private people in there like we have right now that are making wise decisions. The thing about Sloan is I feel he's overeducated, and I feel that was the problem with Leonard Modi. They are so smart, they know what's best for us. And you take them moving us into a charter county that happened, or a suburban county that happened 10 years ago. Well, that's Modi's tenure.
Yeah.
And what that did is this overeducated person isn't with a bunch of rural counties representing a bunch of local yokels. He moved over with the big cheeses.
Well, because it made it more important.
That's right. That's exactly right. And they could pay the management, the executives in our county more money. Now, if we go to a rural county, we're not, in my opinion, we're not going to cut those wages, but that's just one reason why we shouldn't have gone to suburban to start with.
Well, we're a rural county. We're one of the largest counties, if not the largest county in California. And our
but land doesn't fucking vote. Everybody lives in the city.
San Francisco, crying out loud. I mean, we should be a rural county because we are a rural county. If you leave city of Reading, all you see is country roads for miles in any direction.
If we go to a rural county, we're going to be the big cheese on the block.
Well, I mean, yeah, and we get more local control, which is the funny thing. This is exactly what these people are bitching that we don't want to get back is local control, and they're saying that we have it now when we actually don't because we're just low man on the totem pole for the suburban counties.
And I got to tell you about another stinky thing that was pulled by the, in my opinion, Kathy Darlin Allen, the election department. Laura Hobbs, who is a microbiologist, who worked as a microbiologist until she had babies, and she took a pause in her career to raise her children, which I think is quite admirable. They would only let her register on the ballot as parent, where the rest of them, they get to put down, they are, I don't know, a retired police chief, that's long, or a retired police officer. What was Sloan? A professor. And Barrymore, she's some big cheese in the educational system. And,
no, she's not. She's just a regular, fast fucking person.
Some dissatisfied parent running. When, in my opinion, Laura Hobbs, she wants to cut fees. In fact, those impact fees, she would like them to go back to the people that paid them because basically it was an illegal tax.
Well, I mean, as a real estate agent myself, I've seen what it is like for builders and do-it-yourselfers in that when I got into the business back in 1998, you could build a house in the city of Reading. Most of your fees were about $7,000, $8,000, and you had a shovel in the ground. I went to a forum that they presented at the Red Lion a couple years ago with the city of Reading and the county of Shasta, and if you want to build a house today, before they made this decision, and the county of Shasta, you're looking at almost $40,000 in impact fees before you actually put a shovel in the ground. And people wonder why we don't have quote unquote affordable housing. Well, if you're putting out $40,000 just in fees, plus the dirt, plus the building, you can't build houses for $240,000 and have first-time home buyers. There's just no way to make money on that. So I think the impact fees.
Well, first-time home buyers aren't building a house from the ground up. They're not doing new construction.
Of fairness about it, and not just a blanket. You're paying $1 million in fees.
Getting back to Laura Hobbs, she doesn't believe that making the homeless more comfortable is going to help our problem. She believes it's a law enforcement problem, and that the police and the sheriff need to start enforcing the laws on the books to discourage these homeless people from actually being in our community.
I 100% disagree. Because these guys are trying. These ladies and gentlemen and its and theys who have the badge, they are trying. I mean, they are running.
They're doing what they're told to do. But they would love to move these people out of our. That's not what you were saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you understand it that way, audience?
Yeah. What I'm saying is, what she's saying is the cops should handle the problem. I think they want to handle the problem.
There you go. That's right.
But there's no place to put them.
And so, she's pointing that out.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's a cop problem as much as it's a
Sloan and Plummer want to build them a little bit more comfortable daycare center so they can go down and do their laundry, get something to eat, maybe get a little counseling.
I think we did. There's no responsibility. There's no accountability for what's going on right now, and that's the problem. The cops.
These are people who have never, ever, acknowledged a mental health illness, maybe possibly in themselves, let alone that it exists in other people. Jesus fucking Christ! Talk about being detached from humanity.
Overworked, and the second grand jury should be in charge of draining the local swamp.
Oh, that'd be great.
Wouldn't it, though? I haven't heard that from anybody else.
No, that would be actually excellent. I'd like that.
She's an independent thinker. She points out that Carly Lake, along with Trump, they probably got the dirty end of the stick when it came to counting votes.
Yep.
You know, somebody told me that what they did with Carly Lake is they...
Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake, you fucking dumb nut.
By a half inch so they wouldn't go through the machine, and then they throw them in a box and maybe forgot to count them.
Well, you know what's funny is the liberals keep saying there was no voter fraud. You know, there was no cases, blah, blah, blah. The fact of the matter is, for Trump in particular, there has been no case ever heard by any judge. But over the United States, more and more you're seeing judges starting to overturn elections on clear voter fraud.
Oh, really, Mater? What podcast was that? I would like to listen to that. Can you drop that in the Discord, the Peanut Gallery?
It only goes one direction. You've never heard of a conservative.
I like to listen to other people's takes on Shasta County as well. Fraud. But I'm not just going to listen to somebody else's
content. It's always one side of the coin that is getting
Hillary Clinton and
I mean, this is okay because they're dumb.
Well, the conservatives, they started so do Al Gore.
Yeah.
Dude, seriously, this is like the Wish.com version of Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets, right?
The voter election fraud has never been heard, and when it has been heard by real judges based on the merits, they are overturning elections, and actually Southern California had one overturned. Again, all on one side of the coin.
Another person that stood out at the League of Women Voters Forum Wednesday night was Wynn Carpenter.
I like Wynn.
He's running against Mary Rickard. If you're happy with Mary Rickard, vote for her, but I don't see how you can be. You know, she's the old wise one up there now, and she seems lost since Modi's not up there to tell her what to do. Well, it's about the truth.
Well, there's got to be a
no, it's not even close.
So, Nick, hey, I got great news. I just saw this last night, and I thought I'd share it with our listeners. New York has decided they're going to give their overwhelming illegal population prepaid debit cards to the tune of $53 million in taxpayer money. I mean, if they want to fix the homeless stuff, why don't we do that? Why don't we give the homeless people here prepaid? And in New York, it's illegals. But, hey, that seems to be another great liberal idea.
Well, if the homeless had any sense, they'd denounce their American citizenship and go down and be a citizen of Mexico and come back up here and get more free money.
And change their sex. Then they could identify as...
Then they could go to the front of the line.
They'd go change their sex, their race, and their immigration status, and they'd get free food for life, probably.
There you go. Well, they are already.
Well, and you know,
right? These guys go up and practice their bits at the fucking board of supervisors, and then they come here in their dumbass radio show and fucking talk this kind of fucking ridiculousness, and have the fucking balls to say anything about anybody else.
Dropped off here in Reading. Annie Lewis. Oh, here, Doug's got a picture of a bus.
So the other day I was coming in from Shingletucky, and
Shingletucky, that's funny.
Walmart shopping center. I see this white bus with Mexican license plates, and the windows are all whited out. So I follow it into the Walmart shopping center, and it is a bus load. And I took pictures of it. I have it. I can prove it. I looked through the front window, and it was filled with immigrants. And I will say they were not of the well-heeled tourist class. They were actually of the immigrant class.
Oh, now, really? You could tell that just by looking at them?
They were being dropped off here. But, folks, human trafficking is being done by the Mexican government, the U.S. government, right through Shasta County. And it's funny as Greg Abbott is getting his hands stepped on by all the liberal mayors because they're too stupid to do research. He's responsible for about 15% of all the immigrants that have gone to these big cities. The federal government, their chosen liberal lovers, are the ones that are sending 85% of the immigrants to New York, to Chicago, to Denver.
No, that was DeSantis.
It's being paid for by you and me as the taxpayers.
And Abbott. And they were the ones that were sending...
he actually represents a fraction of what's being done.
Asylum seekers and immigrants to fucking Martha's Vineyard and fucking New York and shit.
The Board of Supervisors.
She's ready right now.
Yeah, so let's listen to this, because this was a very interesting clip that Nick played probably like 3 or 4 months ago. So play it if you can, Christina.
Kimberly Moore, followed by Missy McCarthy. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Annie. I own a complex. I had a friend call me one night. He says, can you please pick up, she's an elderly lady, pick up her son. I go, where at the Greyhound? She goes, no, there'll be a call for you to pick him up. So he called me, and I go, where's your location? Where are you at? So he told me where he was at by Dutch Brothers parking lot on Eureka Way. So I get down here, and I see this big bus from San Francisco. They're loading off of all of these illegal, these homeless people. They're just, must have been about 35 of them. They were not allowed to use the cell phone until the bus was gone. He could not give me the location. He says they gave them all $50, and they bring them down here 1 to 2 times a week and drop them off. So I don't know what we can do to try to find out about that. Because if they keep bringing homeless here, it's going to be like feral cats. You know, and we really need a...
Wow.
I was an addict at 10 years old. And, you know, I got help when I was in New Orleans. And I got healed. I became a United States Border Patrol. I was shot. USD University, got educated. But
that's a lady who spoke publicly at the Board of Supervisors. It is...
Yeah, she doesn't just think it. She says it on camera.
And she's identifying something that she had firsthand knowledge. I am reporting to you firsthand that this bus and buses like it are going right through Shasta County with human trafficking. That is what our government has come down to. We are trafficking in conjunction with the Mexican government people either into Reading or through Reading on Interstate 5. And like I said, I saw this bus. I looked through the window. I'm probably lucky they didn't shoot me or have a cartel come after me. But that's what's happening right now. And that's when they say, let's help the homeless people. The more you give, the more you get of them. If you feed the bear, you're going to get more bears.
Hey, you know, I brought this to the attention of different police chiefs, of supervisors, of city council members, and they all say, well, we need a picture, we need a license plate number. They downplay it like it's not happening. The one person I'd like to thank for this situation is Kristen Schrader. She is the one that's, in my opinion, had more influence on bringing out-of-town homeless to our community. I want to get back to the measures. Measure D, you want to vote yes on. That's to adopt a charter county. They left out on here that the supervisors had the opportunity to leave the position vacant. And then on Measure C, all of them are for Measure C, which is imposes a limit of 2 terms, except Mary Rickard.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? And then you go over to this Proposition 1, which authorizes 6.38.
They're calling it human trafficking because they don't know what that actually means. Strike.
Mental health and substance abuse challenges, provides housing for the homeless.
It's just anything that they don't like is human
Nothing to do with the
trafficking.
veterans.
Or grooming.
Garners
Or
a few extra votes for them.
cheating.
But if they get this $6.4 million for housing, the number of houses they want to build, it's not right here, but it figured out to a little over $800,000 per bed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like the jail. You know, they've got a tentative budget of I don't know how many millions, but when you work it out, it's like $500,000 a bed. It's crazy.
Yes.
It's absolutely nuts.
Yes, we could buy trailers. We could buy them trailers. We could move them around where they're needed.
Well, we need old Joe.
We might even make a mistake when they're stacked in there like cardwood and say, oh, well, I thought this one wanted to be moved down to Sacramento where it came from.
Well, I think old Joe Arpaio down in Arizona had the best one. He had tent cities and everybody wore pink. I thought that was classic.
Oh, yeah, out in 120 degrees in the desert where they fucking died of heat stroke. Oh, it's great. Yay! Human rights violations for everybody.
We're going to straighten our county out. We've got to start and build a foundation, and that's built locally. If you like the way the city of Reading is being run by the Bethelites, vote for Matt Plummer. Personally, I don't.
Well,
I think Patrick Jones
is the city being run by Bethelites or woke liberals? Which one is it, Nick? Can't be both.
Tilt has done well for us, and I'd like to see more conservatives so we don't have these games being played. And, the return of civility, because these people who keep talking about we need to be civil in the Board of Supervisors are almost all universally one side of the coin. So people, you may not be into politics, but politics are into you. So you got to get out there and do something.
We didn't have this lack of civility at the supervisors' meetings until the recall people showed up.
Yeah.
And I only once or twice saw profanity used, and I see it.
That's a lie. That is a lie. You're such a lie. Why do you lie? Why do you lie? Why do you lie? You fucking lie. You fucking lie. You fucking lie. I think that's how we'll end the show with the Cries, Lies song. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Feral Cats of Shasta County. Thank you, my lord. I love it when you guys clip out stuff. It's great. I love that. Yeah. Okay, so every Monday and Tuesday, 9 a.m. Media Wench shows. Monday with the Media Wench. Or MW Monday, because Twitch won't let me put wench in the fucking stream title. And then either live Supes or Supes bonus content on Tuesdays. Also down ballot and public comment will be tonight at their regular time. Wednesday is Intellectual Dollar Tree. Thursday is Thetans and Satans. Friday, Conspiracy Bingo. Saturday is Catterday. Sunday is the Plex. We're back to 7 days a week content, my friends and my community and my chatters and all of my homies. I'm so fucking glad to be back. We're going to go ahead and play a nice little song for you. And we're going to raid Critter Vision. We're going to raid Critter Vision. And we're all just going to take a deep breath. We're going to watch some turkeys. We're going to enjoy some nature and decompress a little bit. It's a lot to watch all this shit all the time. Don't bail. Watch this fucking song. And then and then we're going to raid. Oh,
when I started,
here we go. Oh, you fucking, why is TikTok
political journey nearly a year ago, I had no idea what would lay before me. I jumped into the race because I saw real problems that were facing real residents of Shasta County and things that I knew I could fix. I didn't get into this for money, or for prestige, or for title.
Lie, lie, lie. Kevin, cry. Bye, bye, bye. Kevin, cry. Why, oh, Kevin, cry. Do you lie, lie, lie? Little guy. Lie, lie, lie. Kevin, cry. Bye, bye, bye. Kevin, cry. Why, oh, Kevin, cry. Do you lie, lie, lie? Little guy. Open up your mouth, it's another damn lie. This is our town, time to swat you like a fly. Pathetic little guy believes his own damn lies. Little liar getting high on his own supply. Looking at your phone, Mike Lindell, he called. Maybe that's the reason why your ass is getting recalled. You should ask your sheep for some money for a U-Haul. Please don't drag your ass, this ain't a TV show, U-Haul. God, country, family, what a joke of a motto. I feel like Shasta County won the idiot lotto while I'm hopping on this beat up and down like staccato. You should pack your shit and move your ass to Colorado. Lie, lie, lie. Kevin, cry. Bye, bye, bye. Kevin, cry. Why, oh, Kevin, cry. Do you lie, lie, lie? Little guy. Lie, lie, lie. Kevin, cry. Bye, bye, bye. Kevin, cry. Why, oh, Kevin, cry. Do you lie, lie, lie? Little guy. Oh no, Gavin Newsom's such a Democrat demon. Please, you're a joke, should have been a comedian. So damn funny, I'ma start to call you Keenan. Been 6 seconds since your last lie, I bet you're probably fiending. I'm Kevin Ryan, I'm allergic to the truth. I pretend to be a Christian and to care about the youth. All of my supporters rock a big butt too, and I hope the District 1 doesn't flood the polling booth. Because if they do, then I know that I will lose. My show is weak as hell and I really need the views. All I do is blame the left, make shit up and then accuse. Then go cry to all my friends, ask for cash and sing the blues. Open up your mouth, it's another damn lie. This is our town, time to swat you like a fly. Pathetic little guy believes his own damn lies. Little liar getting high on his own supply. Lie, lie, lie. Kevin, cry. Bye, bye, bye. Kevin, cry. Why, oh, Kevin, cry. Do you lie, lie, lie? Little guy. Lie, lie, lie. Kevin, cry. Bye, bye, bye. Kevin, cry. Why, oh, Kevin, cry. Do you lie, lie, lie? Little guy.
I'm Kevin Ryan. When I started this political journey nearly a year ago, I had no idea